principle to the test this year. Federal budget cuts, a trade war, recession fears. It's really all a giant stress test, but also a chance for the strongest states to shine. As always, we start with the same 10 categories of competitiveness, but the weight of each category changes based on what the states are talking about to attract business. And the metrics within those categories then change to reflect what is going on from year to year. And yeah, in 2025, we got some changes.
Economic anxiety may be high.
This is a transition period.
But so is opportunity.
This has been one of the busiest periods that we've had in your 30-year careers, which is exciting.
So in 2025, like never before, states are touting their economic strengths.
Virginia's economy is strong.
Stronger
than it has been in a very long time.
We've paid down more than $12 billion in debt, grown a rainy day fund of more than $2 billion.
For the past 2 years, Florida's economy has ranked #1 in these United States.
This year, for the first time, economy is our heaviest weighted category. Which states are growing, creating jobs, have the strongest finances, but also which state economies are most exposed in a trade war and most vulnerable to federal budget cuts. Next, infrastructure, roads and bridges, computing power and electric power, and shovel-ready sites. Workforce, where the best workers are and where they're moving to. We look at the cost of doing business, business friendliness, the quality of life, technology and innovation as federal research money dries up. We measure education, access to capital, and the cost of living.
You can read more about our study and see all of our sources at topstates.cnbc.com, and you can also right there follow our journey over the coming weeks as we talk about what it takes to be competitive in this new era. As always, we will reveal this year's top state from these top states, the top states from the top state, here on Squawk Box, July 10th. You'll be able to see where your state stacks up as well at topstates.cnbc.com.
So do you have an early hint for us if you're not going to tell us flat out who it is?
It's a state.
So it's not Puerto Rico, it's not District of Columbia.
It's the economy, stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's at 18% this year. What's the lowest that ever was in your
I think it's probably been typically more in the neighborhood of 12, 13, 14%. It's never been the heaviest weighted.
But then
it's really interesting how the states are talking about this, because it's the first thing we do when we start this every year around February. We start looking through all the websites, the state economic development marketing websites, and they're all talking about we're the place to weather this basically.
And that was a big shift.
That's a big shift. That's never, when we started doing this, it was always about cost of doing business. Then it switched to workforce. Last year, with all the government money, it was infrastructure for the first time.
You left infrastructure second. I noticed that. So to throw in a bone too. A lot of times if you live next to DC, that's like you're 9/10 of the way there.
But
almost.
I see that
Virginia, Maryland,
New Jersey and stuff. This was paid for by federal infrastructure funds, where they're promoting.
New Jersey's never going to be anywhere on this list ever, ever.
How do you say never?
Because I live there. If that became, that would be like in an upside down world. That would be in the Seinfeld bizarro world. Phil Murphy. God.
We'll see. We'll keep on doing this, and eventually,
But we were talking a little bit about it. 19 years, and we were trying to figure out how many different states have been in the top. You were running through. Virginia's been the most frequent.
Virginia's been the most.
Texas must. How many times? 5 times.
Next year, Texas, I think, is 5 times. I'd have to go.
Virginia's 6.
Virginia's been 6, might be 7 actually.
Okay.
No, 6. It's 6. California's done it a couple times. California has not done it. California is, which is where I live.
That's a good one.
California is always really good in technology and innovation and access to capital.
They should be on top every year. They should be, but
But there's issues.
Yeah.
You think?
Well, I love the hints the most. Yeah. So give us hints even before that week. Maybe you could phone in and give us some hints along the way, because I'm not here that.
I know you're not.
I miss it for the last several years, and I miss playing.
Or you can tell us which state it is.
I would
not do that. Yeah, you would. You'd have to kill.
Okay.
I would do. Yeah, exactly. I would give it to Florida and Texas every year. One or the other. That's just. But that wouldn't be very interesting.
No, it would not.
Well, you have to do all the See, we actually do a study. We actually plug in data.
You
Miss
get
Virginia,
different.
which has been best every year, or the most.
Not really, I don't think.
Florida was in the top 5 for the first time last year.
Florida.
Right.
We have 11% in New Jersey.
There's no income tax, but
Isn't it 11 and a half now?
homeowners insurance in Florida. I mean, it's like
Right.
it's gotten to be expensive.
Yeah.
But a very strong economy. There are. I will tell you
That might bode well for them
this.
this year.
What's that?
That might bode well for them this year.
Yeah, I will tell you that there are some interesting changes this year because of the change, because of the push for economy,
Okay.
because of tariffs, because of federal budget cuts, research cuts.
I mean, you
That's really-
could theoretically. I mean, I can think in Massachusetts. You could pick out of 10 states probably. You could take 40 and just say, you know what, thanks guys, but
There are, if you go back, and we have all the studies online at topstates.cbc.com, and you'll see that there are
some that have never been in the top
there are
10,
some who have never been in the top 5. There are some who are pretty consistently up.
perennially in. Okay. You don't have one of those annoying clues?
No,
Call
I
in.
will annoy you plenty.
Yes, you do.
Call in with one before that week. How about that? Thanks, Scott. When we come back, the latest on the unrest in Los Angeles sparked by the White House's immigration crackdown, the city instituting a curfew for the first time since the protests began. We'll have more on that right after a break.
Go with timber tax.
Los Angeles police making arrests after they began to enforce a new curfew for the city's downtown. Officials said that the curfew was necessary to prevent vandalism and theft by people looking to cause trouble in the midst of protests over the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass said that the area where people will be subject to arrest is a small fraction of the nearly 500 square miles that make up the city. Meantime, in an address last night, California Governor Gavin Newsom sharply criticized the White House's tactics.
California may be first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy is next. Democracy is under assault before our eyes. This moment we have feared has arrived.
Newsom has asked a court to put an emergency stop to the military helping federal immigration agents. A judge set a hearing on that for tomorrow. Meantime, sources familiar with the planning of future operations tells NBC News that Immigration and Custom Enforcement is preparing to deploy its special response teams to 5 cities run by Democratic leaders.
When you're in a hole, what's that expression?
Stop digging?
Yeah. Keep working it, double down, that's gonna work. Democracy's at risk. You know, I did see one great quote yesterday from one of the anchors out there. I don't think it was a national anchor, but he said that the vast majority is peaceful, except, so there are a few people that are having fun burning some cars, watching some cars burn. That's as bad as it. He literally used the term that, okay, some people are having some fun watching some cars burn.
There have been businesses that have been looted. There have been fires downtown.
We've seen it. I can show you 15 shots of some of the chaos and carnage. It just seems, I mean, even when we had Josh Shapiro on this, he said, yeah, as a governor, I think we just should have asked him, would you have sent in the National Guard in Pennsylvania? It's a no-brainer. President Trump says he's planning to begin phasing out the Federal Emergency Management Agency following this year's hurricane season. In a briefing at the White House, the president said states would receive less federal money to respond to natural disasters. He said he planned to distribute funds directly from the president's office. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said state governors were being encouraged to work together to respond to some disasters. FEMA employed more than 20,000 people prior to layoffs earlier this year. It's coming up. We're going to talk about what the adoption of AI could mean for the future of the workforce. That's one of the biggest questions now surrounding the new technology. The CEO of HR tech company Lattice joins us after the break.
In a new essay published yesterday titled The Gentle Singularity, OpenAI's CEO Sam Altman said that the rate of technological progress will keep accelerating. He writes, "There will be very hard parts, like whole classes of jobs going away, but on the other hand, the world will be getting so much richer so quickly that we'll be able to seriously entertain new policy ideas we never could before." Joining us right now, first on CNBC, is Sarah Franklin. She is the CEO of Lattice, which is an HR and AI company that looks at these very problems. You've got some very famous backers and some very well-known founders as well. None other than Jack Altman, who is Sam Altman's brother, who's your chairman at this point. Why don't you describe what you all do?
So Lattice, as you said, we help every company manage their people, and we do it in a people-first way that brings AI into the picture. And so everything from your payroll to your HR processes to your talent management, we do on our platform.
So you do on the AI platform. How does that put people first? Explain what you mean by taking that into account, because there are so many people who are so worried about how AI is coming for their job, coming for their industry.
Yeah, so at Lattice, our principle is building a people-powered future and how we put the success of people primary in everything we do. And this is important when you look at how people are so afraid. There's fear, there's uncertainty, and there's doubt. And businesses, they need to put people first, because if you only prioritize the AI, you're going to end up with robots talking to robots. And you have to then say, well, where are my customers? How am I building trust with customers? And that's why you need to put the success of people first.
So how do you do that?
Well, it's very simple. So in our AI, we invest in how we coach people, how we assist people, and ultimately you're scaling the human element. So you think about a job and a career conversation with your manager or an employee and how you might want to get ahead. These are things which are conversations, so investing in that coaching, which is then personalized, bespoke to you, and you're looking at the success of people and measuring the outcomes of the people.
We were just talking earlier today about Google having, I guess it has its internal platform Grow, and they are pushing a lot of their people to figure out how to use AI to help them in their jobs and getting rid of some of the other classes maybe that had been scheduled earlier for that. Are you talking about things like that?
Well, there's coaching that you think about whether you're in your personal life and you want to exercise, and you have a different type of coach. Maybe some people like the drill sergeant mentality, some people like the Zen yoga mentality. And with AI, we can personalize coaching for you in your career.
Meaning I get to pick the type of manager I want. I need somebody who's a bit of a cheerleader. I need somebody who checks in on me. I need somebody who doesn't check in on me, lets me do my thing.
Yeah, well, it helps managers. It coaches managers as well, because managing people is one of the hardest jobs, and it's something that we don't provide enough.
No kidding.
We don't.
Most of them stink at it.
Well, but this is the thing that we can do as an opportunity to have AI help us help people first, and that's an incredible opportunity.
So does this replace the mid-level manager? Does this assist the mid-level manager or make them so good at it you don't need as many of them?
Well, you think about it in today's workforce, there are no direct assistants or coaches for every employee. We don't have people doing those jobs today. And so this isn't replacing people, this is scaling a function so that people can then have resources that are democratized for them that they haven't really had access to because of budget constraints.
So what do you think when you hear these warnings about AI jobs, AI is coming for your jobs?
So whether it's, Sam's memo with gentle singularity or, Dario's, real resonant cry with everybody, what I take away from this is the call to urgency. And this is so important because we cannot be paralyzed by the fear, by the uncertainty, or by the doubt right now. It is paramount that we take this call to urgency. And we talked about reskilling and how you skill. You need look no further than Instagram for how you can learn these skills. Like, replace your doom scrolling with reskilling.
Yeah.
And this is something that we all need to do right now.
Yeah, I've tried to do that with Instagram and other things in terms of what I'm looking at. But let's talk about your customers. You've got over 5,000 customers, some very well-known names like Anthropic, Duolingo, Masterclass, NPR, OpenAI, Robinhood. Do you have some of the old line companies that I think of, even old line tech or other things? Because these are a lot of up and coming companies and things that places that are very willing to embrace new things like this.
Yeah, one of our customers, I love Majuri, the jeweler. They're, traditional retailer, and they're growing, expanding company. And they use Lattice to help not just their back office corporate workers, but also expanding into the retail, into the workers that are there helping sell their jewelry every day. So we have customers of all shapes and sizes globally, the hip high tech companies, but also the brick and mortar type companies as well.
And what's the ultimate goal for the company?
The ultimate goal is to make work meaningful. And you think about yourself and what you do every day. We spend 1/3 of our adult lives at work. More time than we spend at home with our families or helping our communities. And so when you come to work every day, you should have purpose and meaning and understand how what you do contributes to the success of the company and your team and their goals.
I guess I should mention and be specific about that. What's the ultimate goal? Are you going to go public, you think? Could it be bought? Like your last funding series was January 2022, $3 billion as of that Series F.
Yeah, so I mean the markets are so uncertain right now, and you tell me what the future holds. I would love to know, but we're growing and excited about the technology and the innovation right now, and we're just focused on the success of our customers.
Sarah, thank you very much for joining us. It's a really interesting conversation, and we hope to see you again.
Thank you.
It is 7 a.m., 7:01 on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Joe Kernan, along with Becky Quick. Andrew is off today. Some of the top stories that we're watching, maybe the toppest story, inflation data is on the way. You have a better word for me?
The
preeminent story, the most
important,
the biggest that's a CPI.
Most closely watched.
Most closely watched. That's and this one even more closely watched than maybe previous one, but the next one will be closely watched. CPI, inflation data. 8:30, and then we got PPI tomorrow. The futures right now still lower, even after the U.S. and China signaled some success in those talks. After 2 days of high-level trade talks in London, officials from both countries said they agreed on a framework that will now need approval from President Trump and China's President Xi. And Elon Musk expressing regret over some of his tweets about President Trump, saying they went too far, in his words. Musk removed some of the most inflammatory things he posted, including saying that the president's name appeared in the files about late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
I wonder if that's what would irritate the president the most, or the idea that Musk took credit for his election,
for the election
and said that he couldn't have gotten there without him, wouldn't have the majority in Congress either, which that seems to be, to me, maybe the most problematic point that he made. Oh, by the way, he also retweeted other people who were calling for his impeachment.
So you think that saying you didn't, it's not as bad as you were on the sex list with Jeffrey. You know what? There are some. Think there are some people on that list. I still want to see
I'd
it.
love to see it too.
Yeah. Never met the man. Thank God. Thank God. Let's get to Dom Chu. I've never met him either. I don't think. Get this morning's pre-market moves. Dom, I will say, I was going to get in trouble. It's Wednesday. It starts tomorrow. Yep. So sue me. We are going to be We're going to be partners with the Golf Channel. So
yes,
sue me.
Yes, we are.
Did you see how they're growing that rough? You can't just grow it and let it grow up to 5 or 6 inches and then cut it. You need to cut it on the way up as it's going. Otherwise, it lays flat. So you could have flyer lies where it would lay on top. Doing it this way, where they do it, they let it grow an inch, cut it a ½ inch, let it grow another inch, cut it another. It drops down into the rough where you can't even hack it out.
Yeah, I think the Oakmont rough for major championships is just as legendary as the Winged Foot rough for legendary championships, and so I think
maybe
what they
more.
do, yes, maybe even more. So I'm just impressed. I want to see what these guys hit for that par 3. 289 yards. Yeah. I don't even know if I could get. I can't. I couldn't get there with any. Yeah, for some guys 4-iron, some guys maybe a good 5 wood, maybe something like that. But
did Bryson drive the first green? I think he did. I think I read that.
And I'm watching videos of people putting from 100 yards in the fairway. Yeah. So it's going to be a lot of fun for sure. So
all right, thanks, Tom. We'll see you later.
Yes, you got it. Thanks, guys. So anyway, all right. So Joe, Becky, let's start with some quantum computing stocks on the move this morning. Higher pretty much across the board after NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang said the space is quote unquote reaching an inflection point while speaking at the company's GTC developer conference in Paris. Now Huang added that he expects quantum computing to start solving real world problems in the coming years. So we've seen some of that positivity play out. You can see decent gains here for some of the quantum computing stocks out there. Let's turn to some analyst notes that are getting some attention. Shares of United Health down right now just about 0.5% after analysts at Bayer downgraded the stock to a neutral. They also lowered their price target. They're saying its findings cast doubt on Optum Health, which gives pause on the health insurer's longer-term strategy. So as they analyze things, United Health is getting a downgrade at Baird. Shares of Disney also slightly lower, despite Bernstein increasing its target price on the stock. This comes, of course, a day after the media giant announced its full ownership takeover of Hulu, the streaming platform. Bernstein not the only firm feeling optimistic about this deal. Yesterday, Loop Capital also increased its target price on Disney, saying it expects more gains to come from its overall takeover of streaming platform Hulu. And then we're going to end with a look at Chipotle shares up just about 1/3 after UBS named the stock its top restaurant pick. They said that Chipotle maintains a stronger, high-quality growth position in the sector with leading traffic momentum. UBS also estimates that 20% EPS growth over the coming years is possible. The stock is still down more than 15% so far this year, so keep an eye on Chipotle. For more on those and other top calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers get all the details. You can see that right here on the bottom of your screen, guys. I'll send things back over to you, Joe.
It is a beast. And I also, I'm not talking about Chipotle, I'm talking about Oakmont, but I'm also saying they were asking guys what an 18 handicap would shoot from the back tees with the course.
In those conditions?
In the condition it's right now. They were saying 140 maybe.
Here's what I would say. I think that I would do slightly better. I would take the under on me at 140. I would probably say 110 to 120, only because I probably would only hit like 7 irons off the tee just to make sure.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
But the greens are supposed. You've seen some of those videos too, where they drop it and it just barely lips out of the hole and then goes 60 yards to the left. It's glass.
I think that
Very exciting.
I'm waiting to see after the Masters that we saw this year, and after what we saw with the PGA. I have great expectations for what we're going to see on the televised portion of the U.S. Open because of those conditions at Oakmont.
Now, what network is broadcasting this?
I can't remember. I think it's got multiple colors.
Begin with an N.
A bird. It's a bird of some sort. Yeah, something like that.
See, I'm just daring them to yell at me. Just daring them.
I haven't heard. Nobody's been in my ear telling me to shut up yet. So I'm gonna leave it to you.
Just the viewers. All right.
The buttons aren't working.
Yeah, the buttons are right. The wrong one. They're yelling at someone else out in Englewood Cliffs. Ow!
All right, when we come back, PIMCO's latest outlook for the economy and the markets. Rich Clarida, the former vice chairman of the Federal Reserve and global economic advisor at the bond giant PIMCO, will join us next. We'll also get him to weigh in on the Fed's independence and potential leadership changes at the central bank. And later, the battle over Margaritaville, the estate of the late Jimmy Buffett, now the center of a legal fight. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
now and make it count.
Bond giant PIMCO is out with its annual secular report that takes a look at issues shaping the global economy and financial markets over the next 5 years. For details on that report and much more, we want to bring in Rich Clarida. He is the former vice chairman of the Federal Reserve, also a global economic advisor at PIMCO. And Rich, we'll talk about inflation numbers and other news of the day, but first let's talk about this longer outlook. You take a lot of time to sit back and really try and figure out what's changing from a secular perspective. What is changing?
Well, Becky, a lot is changing. You think about the last 12 months, and I lose count of all the events, but what we're really focusing on is what we call the idea we're entering an era of fragmentation. So if you look around the world, we're in a world in which we see fragmenting in security alliances, in trading blocks, in currency
Moving away
zones.
from globalization.
What?
We're moving away from globalization.
And we have been for some time, but under Trump 2.0, it's accelerating. And in particular, we also think we're in a world in which economics no longer drives politics, but politics can drive economics. It's going to amplify cycles and market volatility, but it's going to increase opportunities to generate returns if you understand these trends.
What does that mean specifically, that economics no longer drives politics, but politics drives economics?
Well, there was a consensus. It was oftentimes called the Washington Consensus, globalization, open markets, integration. And it had a good run for about 30 years. We saw the world start to move away from that in the last decade, and after COVID, it's accelerated. Whether or not you call it industrial policy or building at home, all these trends are in play, and we were saying that under Trump 2.0, it's accelerated, so it becomes the new reality.
I just think it's different. I mean, if you look at the way the Biden administration, you talk about industrial policy.
Yeah, oh sure.
It's even bigger in the Biden administration, and it reminded me of something that President Obama reportedly said early on, was that, I'd like to grow the economy, but that's not my primary goal. My primary goal is to divide this huge economy more evenly. And that's politics driving economy, right there.
This has been ongoing for some time. It's just accelerating now. So I think we really have had a clean break with the old globalization world that we're in. And of course, you see it in Europe. China has been mastering this model for three decades. And so our point in the fragmentation era is that it's no longer something where we may arrive there. We're in it now, and so we need to understand that as investors.
What are the impacts on the markets, on the economy and the markets, let's say, for those?
We think we're in a world of more amplified cycles, in part because we think governments have less fiscal space. There's a lot of debt out there that somebody has to hold. Again, we may be in a world, Becky, where central banks become the only game in town. Unlike in the last decade, they have some room to cut rates. But we think we're also in a world in which there are going to be lots of winners and losers across sectors and countries and individual companies. And so, not surprisingly, perhaps, from PIMCO's point of view, we're thinking a world where active management is really going to be essential to doing well.
Do you think that, I'm still going around with this politics driving economics, do you think that it makes it way tougher for businesses to make these long-term decisions because every 2 years or 4 years you could be dealing with a different set of rules and regulations? I mean, we have seen that play out to this point.
That's the $64 billion question. And there's no doubt that right now the trade policy uncertainty is a fact of life. On the other hand, once I think businesses and investors start to understand that we're in this regime, I think that, especially in the U.S. economy, it's a very nimble economy. I think it will adapt and potentially thrive in this regime. But there is going to be a transition. But again, this is not just a U.S. issue, Becky. We see it in Europe in particular.
Oh, in Europe in particular, too. Okay,
Yeah.
let's talk about that, because I was thinking of this GM announcement this morning that they're going to be putting $4 billion back into reinvesting in U.S. plants and getting rid of what they were going to do, an EV plant, and turning that into a truck that's to a factory that's making SUVs that are gas powered.
Yeah.
And again, that's a shift from what the Biden administration was pushing them toward. Does that last and stand the test of time? And what do you see in Europe?
Well, and indeed, we point that out in the essay that the U.S. has industrial policy under Trump, but it's just different industries.
Right.
So I think that's an element. One of the things that we picked up at our forum about a month ago when we heard from folks in Europe is that these trends are also underway in Europe. Germany did a U-turn, for example, by releasing their fiscal brake.
Yeah,
the Germans are not
defense
going to
spending.
have clutch deficits, and they're going to be focusing on defense. Also, more of an emphasis on energy security as opposed to the green transition. So I think that these trends probably will last longer than the current officials in place.
So you say there are going to be winners and losers. Who are some of the winners you see?
Well, obviously, it's got, and depending on how the trade arrangements shake out, there will be countries in which U.S. has enhanced trade arrangements, others where there's probably more hostility. Also, it looks like the Trump administration is really serious about the issue of China exporting to third countries who in turn just re-export to the U.S. So I think this is going to be a case where the details will be important. Let me also emphasize, Becky, that when I did your show probably 6 or 9 months ago, we were talking about U.S. exceptionalism, and a lot of the factors that made the U.S. exceptional are still in play: strong productivity growth, an innovative economy, efficient capital markets. And I do think when we get on the other side of the uncertainty, what the critics will call chaos, the exceptionalism meme may return pretty sooner than a lot of people think.
Well, let's talk about the tariffs and what we're dealing with right now. We do have an inflation print that we're awaiting this morning at 8:30. How come we haven't seen really the inflationary pressures from the tariffs to this point? Do you expect it to show up this month, next month, or
we do
not at all?
expect it to start showing up in the data, but I think I must confess, year to date, and right now we have data through April, the inflation numbers, especially in the last 3 months, have come in quite well. Indeed, if you look at the Fed's preferred inflation measure, the PCE price index, the most recent data point was inflation at 2.1%. So I'm sure my former colleagues, perhaps Jay Powell, is thinking close to mission accomplished, but of course now the tariffs are now going to be a factor, but they've really not yet shown up in the data. We do expect it to be a factor, but also the max tariffs that a lot of folks were worried about on Liberation Day are probably going to be dialed back substantially. So there may be less of a wallop to the price index than we expect.
And when you sat down and the cameras weren't rolling, I said, would you bet your life that the effects of the tariffs eventually, either today or eventually, show up in the inflation data? And I guess you appreciate your life because you wouldn't bet your life on. You think so, but you're not at a. I'm naive and just eternally hopeful that maybe there's a way of either passing it on to suppliers or eating some of it, or maybe they have profit margins on. I understand the rationale. It's almost the same rationale, Rich, as raising wages, and that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt profit margins. That might be worth doing after shareholders have been enriched for years and years, and the middle class has been hollowed out. Maybe we take a little bit less of a profit margin, and I'm hopeful. In a best world, think if Powell could lower rates, inflation was quiescent, and labor stayed strong. Think about that. That would be.
Well, I think the other factor in play here with the tariffs is if they do stay in place, they're going to raise a lot of revenue for the government. So the folks who are really worried about the budget deficit need to factor in. We're going to get about up to $3 trillion over the next 10 years if a 10% tariff were to stay in place, and so that's also a factor for the fiscal.
The people that hate them, and it's a tax on consumers too. But if the corporations ate some of it, it's just like a corporate tax. The left loves corporate taxation.
Exactly, it's going to raise a lot of revenue for sure.
But as Leisman would point out, and as he did yesterday,
it's regressive.
incredibly regressive.
If it's consumer,
if it's
not
consumer,
if it's
but whatever portion of it, you're probably going to get it split between all of those places that have to pay for some of it. Inevitably, I would assume the consumer picks up some of it, and whatever that is picked up is very.
The reason you're doing is to try to help the same people that you're worrying about it being regressive. You're trying to have higher wages. You're trying to have jobs come back here, good, high-paying jobs come back.
Why cut taxes on?
Because we tried it the other way.
And then say, okay, we're going to hit you with what is essentially a VAT.
Well, I think if the corporations ate half. I mean, I don't like raising taxes on corporate. I can't believe what I'm saying,
and then your shareholders say, forget it. I'm not going to put money into you anymore.
They've been making billions, just like we heard about.
Hey, Elizabeth Warren.
Exactly, they've been making too much.
What's too much?
Yeah, exactly.
What's fair? What should we go back to? So, Rich, final thoughts on this. What should we be watching? Let's say in these numbers that we get not only today, tomorrow, but in the next couple of months to come.
I will tell you, I think just as important, Becky, as the actual inflation data is the inflation expectations data. That's I think an important reason why the Powell Fed has not signaled more of an inclination to cut rates, what some call a good news rate cut. there's no doubt that if the economy craters, unemployment goes up, GDP contracts again, that I think they'll be cutting. The question is, do we get what I call a good news cut out of the Fed? And I think an important reason that we haven't got that signal is they are concerned about inflation expectations because the last 4
Consumers
years,
and businesses?
businesses, not so much. Really, it's just, and the financial markets actually, if you look at the inflation in the financial markets predicted, it's basically at the 2% target in a couple of years. So it's really the 330 million people who are not economists or people on Wall Street, and those surveys have ratcheted
So it
up.
is the media's fault.
No,
Are we getting back to this? Like, why do
would not-
consumers feel this way?
would
Do they
not
feel this
say
because
that.
of what they see on the news, or do they feel this because of what they've just lived through with inflationary pressure?
I think it's more that they've lived through a period. And look, for a lot of folks, economists talk about inflation, change in prices, but what most folks know is that the cost of a Big Mac's 30% more than it was 5 years
Go
ago.
to the grocery store.
The one
You
thing
see your
moving in their
insurance
direction
prices that
is
is
gas
going up.
prices.
Gas
But,
prices have helped.
Yeah, you go out to a restaurant, especially outside the window here in New York, and there is some sticker shock when you remember how much things cost 5 years ago.
You know President Trump?
I've met him twice. I don't know him.
I mean, would you ever think that you might be on the list?
I'm not sure what list that you're talking about, but
well, if you can't even figure that out, maybe you wouldn't be a good fit.
Look, let me
No
just
way,
say,
you're young.
I'd like to think that it was a privilege to serve as vice chair. Excuse me.
Wow,
You got me nervous
really?
here.
Yeah, I
served as
really-
vice chair during an eventful 4 years, and obviously he'll have an important decision to make. I think there's some very strong candidates, but
You're
I
not one
love
of them.
doing what I love doing what I'm doing.
Oh, that's what people always say.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you love what you're doing.
Never say never.
I don't want to do anything except just sleep.
Never say never.
Yeah. Never say never.
Never say never. Again, it's James Bond, one of those James Bond films.
Shaking us stirred. That's right.
Richard, thanks a lot for coming in. It's
You
really good to
bet.
see you.
You guys are the best. Thank you.
Coming up, so much for changes in latitude, changes in attitude here. There are some negative vibes over Margaritaville. The latest on the legal battle over the late Jimmy Buffett's estate. Squawk Box returns.
Time now for today's Aflac trivia question. What Hasbro product holds the Guinness World Record for best-selling board game? The answer when Squawk Box returns. Realty Plus. And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. What Hasbro product holds the Guinness World Record for best-selling board game? The answer? Monopoly. The iconic board game has been played by more than 500 million people worldwide.
So look, negative vibes. There should never be any negative vibes hanging over Margaritaville. That's the whole point. A battle is intensifying over the late Jimmy Buffett's estate. CNBC's wealth reporter, Robert Frank, joins us now with more. I would just think, I mean, margaritas are the greatest drink and the most popular drink. Were they as popular before, or did that song actually make it even more popular? I think
he
a little bit
certainly
of
did a great job commercializing the margarita through
Yeah.
Margaritaville and everything else, and that is now the subject of this big battle because Jimmy Buffett's widow battling his longtime accountant over a trust estimated at over $275 million. Now, Jane Buffett, who married Jimmy back in 1977, is seeking to remove Rick Mosenter as her co-trustee of the marital trust. Now, when Jimmy Buffett died 2 years ago, most of his assets went into the trust. Those assets include $85 million in equity in the aforementioned Margaritaville. That's the Buffett-themed company that has 30 restaurants and bars, 20 hotels, along with retirements, cruises, lots of communities there. $35 million in real estate, $15 million in private jet and airplane holdings, $11 million in fine art, $5 million in cars, so Jimmy liked his cars, and $2 million in musical instruments. Must have had a lot of guitars. Now, Jane Buffett says Mosenter has refused to give her financial details and has been, quote, openly hostile and adversarial. She says the $2 million a year in projected income from the trust marks a return of less than 1%. Now, Mosenter, for his part, he's filed his own lawsuit seeking to remove Jane, saying she has been, quote, completely uncooperative and needs to adjust her lifestyle to live on the mere $2 million a year. Now, a judge is ultimately going to decide whether either was going to stay or be replaced by a professional trustee, or maybe he'll just decide they need changes in attitudes, so to speak. Now, for more on the Buffett case and lessons for other families that are passing down wealth from this case, check out the Inside Wealth newsletter at cnbc.com/insidewealth. That's cnbc.com/insidewealth.
I'm really sad to hear this. Nobody wants to hear about squabbles, especially by someone who's so beloved.
They're like night follows day, I think, when it's almost $300 million.
Yeah, well, and what's interesting about this is typically when people pass down wealth, they create a marital trust. Jimmy chose to have a second trustee. Now, clearly he assumed they would get along. Now, why did he appoint a second trustee? Either he just didn't want his wife to have to worry about all these business issues,
right,
or he wanted someone else in the room to monitor things. Either way, she doesn't like it.
She would have had to sign off on the marital trust to begin with, right? You can't.
No, that's part of Jimmy's. And Jimmy had a very. The irony here is he had a very detailed, well-constructed plan for this estate, and it still fell apart because of often the reason they fell apart, which is personalities and emotions. And she just doesn't want somebody else overseeing so much. And he, Mosenter, for his part, says, I represent what Jimmy would have wanted. And he would have wanted oversight. He wouldn't have wanted.
You want to be able to get 10%, not 1%.
Well, a lot of these assets are illiquid, and they're also not income producing. Now, we don't know what the song catalog is. That wasn't listed as an asset in this case, so we don't know what kind of income that produces. Although Margaritaville in the previous quarter was throwing off like $14 million a year. So why that wasn't in this projection of $2 million, we don't know.
Well, that does seem pretty stingy if you're looking at that.
And so it just appears to be a clash. So what a judge is likely to do is step in here and say, like, okay, you guys can't work it out clearly. We're going to put in a professional trustee, which probably should have happened in the first place. A lot of people just appoint a friend as a co-trustee, saying, I trust this guy, he's not going to steal money. But oftentimes that creates a personality issue.
But it's the illiquid nature of the assets that are probably the bigger problem here too. You can't sell down some of these things, and that's got to be frustrating.
And when I talk to a lot of probate attorneys, they say with $100 trillion in wealth being passed down to next generations over the next 25 years, they're seeing a flood of cases around estate transfers. And again, no matter how well constructed the plan might be, it's always personalities, it's always emotions, and if death and taxes are certain, fights over inheritance is inevitable. It almost always happens, especially when you get numbers, Joe, to your point, like $275 million.
This show is leaving a private jet will. I don't see that. I have a private jet card for Warren.
He had a company called Strange Bird that invested
no money on it.
That invested in aircraft. And apparently,
But he had a jet, I'm sure.
He probably it looks like he had multiple shares or equity in multiple planes.
In multiple planes. And I don't know how you get to that number in cars.
He said, I made enough money to buy Miami, but I pissed it all away. Never meant to last. Never meant to last.
Yeah.
Use the P word. I like that. What kind of car? What kind of car?
We don't know. We just know that it's $5 million in cars, $2 million in musical equipment, which.
Coming up, turning down the temperature between the U.S. And China. Negotiators agreeing to a framework, at least, for future trade talks. We're going to talk to Richard Haas about the next steps in dealing with China. He's also a golfer. So, Squawk Box returns in just a moment. The U.S. And China reached a trade agreement over rare earth minerals and magnets, also technology going the other way. After 2 days of high-level talks in London, the deal will now need approval from both President Trump and China's President Xi. And joining us now is Richard Haas, Counsel on Foreign Relations, President Emeritus, and Clearview Partners Senior Counsel. And as after our representatives, it was either Howard Lutnick or Jameson Greer, after they put out the details, we have arrived at the Chinese delegation was nodding, and this is, at least at this point, we don't have to ask whether it's just us saying that something was arrived at.
Yeah, but the something was not.
We don't know the something.
We don't know.
What do you think the something is?
Basically a truce. Look, you've got a two-front trade war. You've got the tariff war, and there we got to let it play out a little bit over the next month or two. And now you've got the export control trade war. This was focusing on the latter, on the export controls. And I think what you basically have is the China saying, yeah, we'll ease up on our limits on these so-called rare earths.
We say.
And what we're going to do is basically saying, if you do that, then we'll ease up on certain high-tech exports to you. That's essentially what's on the table.
And that's up to President Trump, exactly which high-tech.
Well, traditionally, the high-tech issues are decided more than anybody by the Commerce Department. That's why Lutnick was at these talks. These were less, if you will.
He has to sign off on it, though.
He has to. And
President Trump needs to sign off.
Yeah, he do. And traditionally, also the Secretary of Defense and others would be involved because these are, and the intelligence community would be involved, given the national security implications of these things. Again, whether it's chips, jet engines, and so forth.
So I'm remembering how it happened because I remember what happened to the markets each time. And time goes so quick. So it was initially, China's not talking. China's not talking. It's horrible. China's not talking. Then, okay, we're going to meet in Geneva. Then we did Geneva. Everyone was excited. Market went up. All we are right now really is back to Geneva.
We are back, yeah. That's why this is, the market reaction apparently is what it is. I don't know whether to call this by the technical phrase, nothing burger, but we kind of been there, didn't amount
for the markets, but it's a significant in that it's at least a step along the way to détente, at least.
Exactly. It's not a treaty, if you will, it's a truce. And the real question is, one, how substantive, how long does it last? And as I said, you've got two fronts in this trade war. So even if this helps on the export control front, it doesn't necessarily deal with the tariff front.
How do we separate out the security aspects and the trade aspects? Because I'm wondering what this agreement, what does this put us 10% of the way towards a trade agreement, and that doesn't even include the security and the things we'd like them to stop doing in terms of intellectual theft and there's so in Taiwan and spy balloons.
Yeah, it's interesting. In negotiations, you've got two approaches to them traditionally. Either you can keep it really narrow and just try to get one thing resolved, or you can almost do the fruit salad approach and basically say, we're going to add everything to the mix. Now, what China's going to want in the mix more than anything has nothing to do with trade. It's Taiwan. Might be South China Sea and so forth.
Well, and they want their semiconductors. They don't want us doing any of things. They're the ones who are trying to make this a fruit salad approach.
Well, but we have our concerns. For the president, tariffs, the trade imbalance is massive in China's favor. They export to us far more than we do them. As Joe said, there's questions of intellectual property theft, which aren't new. We want them, for example, right now, the fastest growing nuclear arsenal in the world is China's. One of the things we're going to want is China to ultimately participate in arms control talks. So each side has this enormous agenda.
That sounds like such a massive, are we ever going to get anywhere further than a truce?
Yeah, my guess is on the economics. I think, we're going to want to keep it pretty narrow. And I can imagine a kind of rare earths, China will ease some of its export controls. Can I just make a little larger point? We need a rare earths minerals policy. Why do we have a strategic petroleum reserve and we don't have a rare earth mineral reserve? Why do we put ourselves in this position now for 25 years where China has such an ability to throttle the U.S. economy? This is on us. We should never allow ourselves to be put in this position.
Should we be trying to put obstacles in the way of China getting more and more powerful on the global stage, or do we just try to level things out from both sides and then bring it on? We'll try. We got our guys out in Silicon Valley. We've got all this great stuff here in this country. We've got a great economy.
It's a big debate, and the question is, export controls, ways to slow China down, historically have slowed them down, have added to their costs.
But we want them economically to do well, don't we?
That's part of the contradiction. Historically, we've wanted them to be a partner with us. We had the hunch, probably not borne out. If they were totally engaged in the world economy, it would moderate them. It didn't work so well.
No.
And also, if we try to slow them down, they'll do workarounds. We saw with Huawei and so forth. We saw it in the chip area. They will find ways to work around. So that's a problem for us. I would say the emphasis ought to be on what we can control. What can we control? Our relationship with our allies, with Japan and others, and our economy. And what we ought to be doing is that we were just talking about is finding ways to reduce our vulnerability to China. There's no reason, again, that we've allowed this situation to arise with rare earths.
Will you be putting some of your deepest, darkest worries on hold and watching what happens at Oakland? Will you be doing that this weekend?
Well, it's Father's Day weekend, so if there is a weekend where fathers ought to have the right to watch
F off, yeah,
or play it
exactly.
and watch it. This is.
I'm looking for. It could be over par.
It could be because there's a premium. This one less on distance and more on accuracy. We were talking about it. The rough, shall we say, is rough.
Yeah, the rough is rough.
There we go.
Very good, Richard. Thank you.
Thank
And you relax this week. I mean, I think about the things that you must worry about. You don't sleep at all. Do you at this point?
I don't work for something called Clearview. It's called Centerview.
I wish you hadn't said that. I wish you hadn't said that to me. Maybe I said it wrong.
No, it was on the. It's what you read.
I've been railing for 2 days about things like that.
I apologize.
She's railing at me for railing at them, and so you see, I have a point.
Just kick the hornet's nest.
Did I just make an enemy? I apologize.
No.
Richard, thank you for joining us. It's great to see you.
You sure it's not? Maybe you're wrong.
Maybe, yeah.
Coming up, we've got efforts to get Senate Republicans to agree on major issues in the reconciliation bill. And in the next hour, Regeneron's founder, Lynn Schleifer, responds to security and concerns in his bid for genetic testing company 23andMe. Those concerns were raised by House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer yesterday right here on Squawk Box. Lynn heard it. He called immediately, was like, wait a second, what's going on? We've got that exclusive interview with Lynn coming up at 8:10 a.m. Eastern Time.
Toys.com.
Coming up, Senate Finance Committee member Roger Marshall on the great state of Kansas on the push to get Republicans to agree on the reconciliation bill so it can get to President Trump's desk by the 4th of July. Squawk Box is coming right back. Senate hopefuls, Republicans remain hopeful, they're Senate hopefuls, that they have a reconciliation bill on President Trump's desk by July 4th, with Majority Leader John Thune pushing for all disagreements over the bill to be hashed out by Friday. Joining us now, Republican Senator Roger Marshall, who's a member of the Finance Committee. I don't know if it's been a while, at least, Senator. It's good to have you on. And as I said, I from the great state of Kansas. I used to drive across 4 times a year, going to school out in Colorado. So anything on I-70, I've probably been there, whether it's Hayes or Russell or home of Bob Dole. Good to have you on. Thanks for joining us.
It's great to be on. Where my home is just about 30 miles south there of Russell, Kansas. So you're familiar that we're a state of agriculture. Have a little bit of oil as well, though.
You do develop an eye for Kansas, especially when you drive across it enough times. You better, because it's a big state, Senator. So a lot was riding on this week. The most important parts of this bill, the Medicaid parts, the tax parts. We had Senator Johnson on, and I got to tell you, if it wasn't for the constraints of who's in the Senate and who wants certain things, I can see how we'd want to get back to pre-pandemic spending levels. I understand that rationale, but it's not going to be possible with this bill, is it?
Not yet. I think that's a great goal. Senator Johnson certainly recognizes, like I do, the greatest challenge that America faces is our national debt. But the purpose of this bill is to, number one, is to prevent the largest tax increase in American history. We think that by stopping that tax increase and other provisions, that the average American family is going to get to keep $1,000 a month more of their hard-earned money. It's obviously going to secure the border. It's going to cut $1.7 trillion in spending. So this is a step in the right direction. Rome wasn't built in a day either. So the first thing we have to do is grow the economy. We need to flatten spending, and over the next 4 years, get to those pre-pandemic spending levels. I think it's very feasible. We'll take a bite of the apple now. We're going to have to take a couple more bites as these next 3 years go along, though.
The House was able to slightly toughen up some of the Medicaid reform. At least they brought back the work requirements a little bit. But as it's been pointed out so many times, some of the main flaws of Medicaid are not addressed in that bill. And because of the makeup of the Senate, probably not going to be addressed there either. You're an expert, you're a doctor. What should we do? What are we able to do?
Well, look, we need to strengthen and preserve Medicaid for those who need it the most. As a physician, as an obstetrician, we took care of everybody regardless of their ability to pay. And I want everyone to have meaningful access to primary care, and Medicaid provides that. So we're certainly not going to touch seniors. We're not going to touch people with disabilities. Again, we want to impact those who need it the most. On the other hand, we have 7 million healthy American men of working age who aren't working. Let's help those people find a job, help them get off Medicaid. Let's help them either get on the ACA exchange or maybe health insurance through their employer. That's a win-win opportunity. The best safety net out there is a job. So I'm trying to look for that. You can't look at this in silos, but I think that would be my goal, is to help those people that are on Medicaid, that are on food stamps right now, that are working age, they're healthy. Let's help them find a job as well.
Is there a path to that with I don't know, Josh Hawley or Susan Collins, or what would have to change in the House version for you to really tackle that issue?
Look, I think the House did a really nice job. I think that we need to sync the work requirements between the House, between Agriculture Committee, that would be the SNAP provisions, and then Medicaid as well. I think we can move them up maybe 6 months to start them sooner. But I really think it's the economy. If we have a growing economy, we're going to help move those people from the couch out to work as well. I think that's one way to do it. I think the big problem with Medicaid right now, though, is that we've increased spending 50% in 5 years. So we need to figure out, how do we slow down that spending? In many states, they've figured out ways to gem the system that we are reimbursing hospitals more for Medicaid patients than Medicare. So we need to go back and look at this provider tax and make it fair at the same time. So if you're building your hospital on a model of Medicaid patients, you're going to go broke. Like you said, I was a physician. I also helped run a hospital. Growing your business or making a business plan on Medicaid is not going to work. We need the people off Medicaid and move them into the exchange or move them into a job where they get health insurance.
Although Senator Marshall, that's exactly what Josh Hawley and Susan Collins and others have pointed out. They are very worried about hospitals in rural areas that they represent, saying that there will be no hospitals left. And by the way, a lot of hospitals run at incredibly thin margins, 1-2%. You are not talking about a super profitable business for the most part. The reality of that is going to come up against a very hard wall. How do you get around some of those issues? How do you solve for that?
Yeah, so no one knows more about rural hospitals up here on Capitol than I do. I'm the only person that's actually ran a hospital and a rural hospital at that. There's efficiencies that many are not doing. But at the end of the day, we have something called critical access hospitals. They function on a system of Medicare Plus. So those would not be touched with this situation as well. I would make immune nursing homes from this provider tax cut as well. That's such a small amount of money to keep those rural hospitals going. There's other ways to do that. And certainly there's other systems, there's other funding, other mechanisms that they get because they are rural as well. Things are changing in rural America every day. We'd love to come back and talk what the rural hospital of the future looks like. It's probably a really good emergency room with good outpatient services and go from there.
Another question for you. Yesterday we had Jason Smith, the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, with us, He talked about fatal provisions that he said the Senate is aware that if they change some of those provisions, it will not survive the House on coming back through. Now, he didn't specify on what some of those things are. We know SALT has been a big issue, the Medicaid, as you've just been discussing. And I heard him, Jason Smith, talking overnight about some other issues. He said that there are some senators who want to make the small business tax cuts permanent, and they want to do that and pay for that by not including taxes on the tax relief on tips or overtime that the president has suggested. He seemed to suggest, Jason Smith, that that is a fatal provision and that will not survive. Where do you come down on that?
Look, everyone's negotiating through the press right now, and everything is negotiable. Look, we're going to get the no tax on tips, overtime wages, Social Security across the finish line in some shape or form. On the SALT tax, my goodness, why should red states be subsidizing blue states to the tune of about $400 billion over the next 10 years? I think there's a sweet spot for us to land on, and we may very well do a bill, send it to them, they may reject it, and send us a bill back. We're not going home, though, until we get something to the president's desk. But this is what's going on. These are powerful negotiations. I've never seen such intense negotiations going on within the Republican caucus right now. There's hundreds of billions of dollars at stake. The future of this country's at stake. It is very interesting times up here.
We'll have you back. We want to talk about your credit card bill. And I was just looking at, you went to KU for medical. Were you a Hawk guy or a Wheel guy in terms of the bars in Lawrence? Did you have a preference?
Well, first of all, I went to Kansas State for my undergraduate, so I bleed purple. KU Med Center, fortunately, is in Kansas City, and actually
it is not in Lawrence. Okay,
it's not. And 2 years in Wichita, but love KU basketball and the Will. The answer is the Will, going way back to my own parents going there. So it's a great. Lawrence is an incredible town too.
Great college town, and maybe one of the best arenas too. If you like hoops, Senator Marshall, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Come visit us sometime. Yeah, come visit us.
We can
Come
come
back and talk about
Yeah.
rural hospitals too. I would like to hear more on that.
Yeah.
All right, it is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick along with Joe Kernan. Andrew is off today. Among today's top stories, the United States and China moving closer to a trade deal after 2 days of negotiations in London. We'll have more on this story coming up in just a moment. General Motors plans to invest about $4 billion over the next 2 years at 3 factories in Michigan, Kansas, and Tennessee. The company is ramping up production of gas-powered cars and trucks as demand for electric vehicles is slowing. And Elon Musk is expressing regret over his public feud with President Trump. He removed some of the most inflammatory things that he posted about the president on X, and early this morning, Musk wrote, "I regret some of my posts about President real Donald Trump last week. They went too far."
The futures this morning, as you can see, continue to be right around where they were when we started at 6 a.m. because in about 27 minutes we'll get the number of the day, and that's the inflation number, CPI report. Let's get to Dom Chu with a look at some of this morning's pre-market numbers. Hey, Dom.
All right, so Joe, let's check in on a few earnings movers so far. GitLab reporting after the bell just yesterday. Those shares are still now falling in the pre-market, down by about 12%. After the software company's second quarter guidance disappointed investors. GitLab, though, did post a better than expected number for profits and revenues for its previous quarter, with sales up nearly 27% year over year. Some Wall Street reaction is also weighing on the stock. Both RBC and BTIG are maintaining their ratings on GitLab, but they've lowered their target prices, so GitLab shares down 13%. Let's check back in on Chewy. Those results were out earlier this hour, and the stock is just sliding by about 7.5%. The pet supply company beat revenue expectations for the first quarter, but missed earnings estimates. Guidance is also dragging the stock down as well. Chewy's full-year sales outlook came in below some analyst estimates, so keep an eye on Chewy shares. And by the way, for more on those results, tune into Money Movers later on this morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, to hear from Chewy CEO Sumit Singh in a first on CNBC interview. And we're going to end with a look at United Health shares down just about 0.5% after analysts at Baird downgraded that stock to a neutral. They also lowered their target price. They're saying that they have done some studies on their Optum Health Services unit and some of the uses of their risk adjustment factors versus the industry, and they have maybe some bit of a pause on the health insurers long-term story. They're finding a bit of pause there. They're added that it's optimistic that they can find some of those growth stories, but it expects the situation to worsen before it gets better. So Becky, United Health down 0.5%. I'll send things back over to you guys.
What I missed it. What did they do? The firm Baird?
If they're looking at their risk adjustment
No,
factors,
did they
how they
downgrade
calculate
it?
them. Yes, they downgraded them. Yes.
From what? From what?
So it goes down to I want to say it's a neutral rating right now. So
This was a $600 stock 2 months ago. It was
And
a $600 stock. It's at 300. They're downgrading it today.
well, I mean, sometimes
So
there's
put that in your.
there's a
If you
catch-up
own
trade,
it,
in
put
fact.
that in your analysis on what your Baird sees something wrong. They're at United Healthcare down to a neutral from a buy.
I think
It's
at some point you
news
have
you
to be
can
on the
use.
record about some of these things. So you have to. I mean, if you're an analyst, you got to make a rating.
That's
right?
why you get paid the big bucks as the analyst to be able to downgrade it when it's been cut in half.
I mean, there are such things as catch-up trades too. So you know, at
There
least we're
are
out
on
there.
Heinz. Yeah. Okay. Deal with it.
The United States and China is signaling success after 2 days of high-level trade talks in London. Megan Casella joins us right now with more on that front. Megan, we're still trying to figure out exactly what happened, but a positive move at least.
A positive step in the right direction. That's absolutely right, Becky. So those talks wrapped just before midnight in London, with officials from both sides saying they had agreed to a framework for moving forward. Each delegation is now briefing their respective presidents on the details, and pending approvals, then we will start to see implementation. And I should add here, guys, that just in the last few moments, President Trump actually posted on Truth Social about this deal. He is saying that the deal with China is done, subject to those final approvals. Full magnets, he says, and any necessary rare earths will be supplied up front by China. Likewise, we will provide to China what was agreed to, including Chinese students using our colleges and universities, which he says has always been good with him. He goes on to say, we are getting a total of 55% tariffs. China is getting 10%. The relationship is excellent. So clearly, President Trump has been briefed now on these talks, and he's confirming what we have been talking about for the past 2 days, that the focus really stayed on China's rare earths, which should now start to flow to the U.S., and on the U.S.'s export restrictions, which should ease up in return. Here's Howard Lutnick talking about the same topic last night to reporters.
We do absolutely expect that the topic of rare earth minerals and magnets with respect to the United States of America will be resolved in this framework implementation. That is a fundamental part of that. Also, there were a number of measures the United States of America put on when those rare earths were not coming. You should expect those to come off sort of, as President Trump said, in a balanced way. When they approve the licenses, then you should expect that our export implementation will come down as well.
So I put it this way, guys, taking everything we just heard, both from the president and from the Commerce Secretary, this is definitely a step in the right direction, but it is a somewhat small one. It roughly puts things back to where they were after Geneva, when the U.S. thought that the rare earths issue was settled. But given that there was no timeline then for China to abide by, the U.S. then felt China was slow-walking the deal. Now we are back on track, clearly. Trump saying the relationship is excellent, but we have to wait to see whether there might be a timeline attached this time, and then whether and how quickly the two sides follow through. Guys?
Hey, Megan, that answers some questions, but it raises a lot of others, and I'm talking specifically about the president's post on Truth Social. I mean, he said that they're going to allow Chinese students to use colleges. Doesn't mention Harvard. Does that include Harvard? Because it was just last week that the president signed a proclamation to restrict foreign student visas at Harvard in particular. That would be my first question. The second is no mention there about semiconductors and what we'd be allowing from our side on things. Rare earths is what rare earths minerals is what we were concerned about. The Chinese have had these implications on the export controls on things like semiconductors.
Absolutely, a lot of questions there. A lot for me to take to the White House now this afternoon to try to clarify further in this post, having just read it in the last minute or so. I'll say on the first question, I would imagine that this includes Harvard. Interesting there that the president says it's always been good by him for Chinese students to attend U.S. colleges and universities, obviously given the turmoil of the past couple of weeks. On the semiconductors front and the export controls, what we heard from Howard Lutnick overnight in London went a little bit further than what the president was saying here. And what we've been hearing all week is that we do expect the restrictions of sort of the past 2 weeks now to ease up only once we start to see the rare earths start flowing. So that's things like the export restrictions on jet engines, the ones on the chip software companies as well that we saw impact markets last week. So I would expect that to ease up, conditional on the Chinese following through. So we'll have to see that first. The third question that I would raise, Becky, from this post, the first one that I looked at, was when he said we will now have total 55% tariffs against China. It's not immediately clear to me where that's coming from. Previously, the level had been at 30%. So more questions there, more to dig into, but he does say at least that things are moving in the right direction.
We'll know how everything's settled, I think, when your kids are in college with China. I think the long-term relationship with China and the United States in trade and security and everything else. I mean, how many years? We are talking, I wouldn't even. So it might be small, but it's going to be just done in these incremental steps, I think.
Yeah.
And it's going to go past the Trump administration.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it is. We got to strap ourselves in for the long haul, Megan. Thank you.
All right, when we come back, the battle over genetic testing company 23andMe. Data risks took center stage on Capitol Hill yesterday. We will speak to the founder and CEO of Regeneron, who announced a deal to buy that company. We've got that conversation next. Squawk Box will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. The sale of bankrupt genetic testing company 23andMe has come under scrutiny for privacy and national security concerns. Congressman James Comer of Kentucky joined us yesterday ahead of his House Oversight Committee hearing and had this to say about the potential buyer of 23andMe.
Regeneron has very close ties to the Chinese Communist Party. We're very concerned about that. We're not accusing anyone of any wrongdoing, but we know that they've had deals before in the past that were partially funded by Chinese Communist Party linked entities. So that's a concern.
All right, joining us right now is Regeneron's founder, chairman, and CEO, Dr. Len Schleifer. Regeneron announced a $256 million deal to acquire 23andMe back in May, but 23andMe wants to reopen the bidding after receiving a $305 million offer from its co-founder and former CEO, Ann Wojcicki. All right, Len, first of all, thank you for joining us. I was surprised to hear this coming out of the congressman's mouth yesterday and kind of pushed back immediately. Like, wait a second, Regeneron, we know Len Schleifer, he comes in here, close ties to the Communist Party. Joe and I were both like, what?
Well, let's just get to, do you speak Mandarin, Schleifer?
Not a word.
Not fluent?
Not one word.
Have you been to China?
I've never been to China.
You called immediately and said, what is he talking about? Like,
Yeah.
What is he talking about?
Well, I think the honorable congressman from Kentucky and chair of the House Oversight Committee is trying to do his job and protect American individuals' data from falling into the wrong hands. But as far as him saying that we have very close ties with the communist Chinese government, that's just categorically not true. I suspect he might have been given some wrong information by his staff.
What deals have you done with China that could be construed into that?
Yeah, so our main products are actually sold through non-Chinese companies who have businesses in China, like Sanofi sells our Dupixent in China, Bayer sells our Eylea in China. So we don't actually have any direct business in China. We have done some licensing deals and some supplies agreements, things like that, like every other company does, but nothing that you would consider.
You offered a therapeutic for a virus that originated in a lab in China.
And we did come up
That doesn't really constitute close ties. Maybe that is close ties of the CCP. I don't know whether the CCP
But
was...
they create the disease and we create the cure.
Yeah, exactly. So you do have ties.
I don't think it exactly works that way.
No, it's not...
And as you know well, that monoclonal antibody saved President Trump's life. So
it was a timely therapeutic at that point.
It was.
Yeah.
That's a whole other story. We could devote hours to it.
Well, let's talk about 23andMe. I am somebody who has given my genetic material to 23andMe a long time ago, 14, 15 years ago. I have concerns about what this means. Why do you want it?
Right. So look, we understand privacy concerns and individuals not wanting their DNA to fall into other people's hands for nefarious reasons or for no reason. You're entitled to manage your own DNA. On the other hand, I have a child with a genetic illness, and I would be happy if his genetics would be able to help other children like him or prevent disease in the future. And so there is this tension between doing world-class research with genetics, which Regeneron does. We have sequenced nearly 3 million individuals in a totally de-identified way. And so we're trying to balance absolutely respecting individuals' privacy, but moving forward in biotechnology and genetics research.
As the consumer, I mean, look, I have a child with a rare genetic disease too, and I'm all in favor of that. But as a consumer, I didn't give you the right to have my genetic material. Should there be an opt-in policy instead of an opt-out policy as it exists today? How do I know that you're going to protect my safety and my standards and my privacy?
Yeah, the details of the consent forms and what have you is something that the court is looking over very carefully. As far as if we were the winner, I think we have a long history of protecting people's genetic and other health information, and we take that extremely seriously. But once again, we're trying to set this balance. There's a commission called the National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology, and actually Eric Schmidt is of Google fame, is one of the commissioners, and they recognize that we're in a big competitive situation here, and biotechnology is critical to our national security, literally our physical security, our health security, our food security. And we have to make sure that we advance that in a way that's consistent with Americans' belief that individuals have the right.
But why is it for sale? Why is my information for sale?
Well, I don't think
Instead of me saying, okay, I agree with you and I'll sign off and you can take it.
Yeah, I'm perfectly happy with people affirmatively signing off or not signing off, as the case may be.
Right, because I'd have different thoughts if it was a Chinese company. I wouldn't want them.
I don't understand why Regeneron's even interested, except that it's 200. What is that? You find that in the couch? You're a $55 billion company. That was a company that was worth a lot more. Is this just an attractive price? Does it fit in with Regeneron's long-term
we don't
business?
know if we're even going to win this.
No, but if you did, it's not. I don't see it as some type of.
Is it essential to us? Absolutely not.
Does it do anything for you other than it's really cheap?
No, well, we just don't want to buy things that are cheap. We want to buy things that have value.
Well, I mean, it's sort of you could. It might take a lot of dots to get to how it makes sense for Regeneron, right?
No, I think that. Remember, we have done more to use genetics to create new drugs, I think, than any other company in our industry.
Okay, so.
And we could do with more genetics, we could get more drugs faster. And so I think that is important.
How would it work? Like if you had this information, how would you kind of put it into your pipeline? What would you be going after first? Do you already have targets for drug potential candidates? Or?
Yeah, well, what the genetics actually would allow you to do, once we satisfied properly the privacy aspects of acquiring the DNA and de-identifying it so it can be utilized without knowing whose it is, what you need to do is get DNA and get health information, marry them, but strip out any personal identifier. Once you have that, we have shown that the more people you have, the more power you can ask questions about how our genes determine our health. And if you can figure that out, you can come up with drugs, as we have. Some of the biggest, most important drugs in the world have been predicted exactly like Dupixent. Our genetics predicts all the half a dozen or more indications that Dupixent would work in to treat allergic diseases.
Like what? But for allergic diseases?
Yeah, allergic diseases like asthma, like eczema, like eosinophilic esophagitis, and so forth. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. The genetics provides you a lot of confidence on how to proceed, where to proceed. Okay.
You are swaying me because I do know one of the huge arguments in the rare genetic disease community is if we could test children as they're born, babies as they're born, that would be the key to trying to find cures, trying to find better identification and better treatment.
Let me give you a fabulous example that will really get you on our side. If you imagine there are children, not that many, who are born, thankfully not that many, who are born profoundly deaf. And we now know it's because of a single gene mutation that they're profoundly deaf. Well, the scientists of Regeneron have actually, and we can show you, maybe the next time we're here, we can show you a video of a child who never heard anything, and now it can communicate, talk, and understand because we put a gene back in their ear, and it restored hearing. That is a miracle.
How's it go back into the genome, not just the ear?
Yeah, you have to inject it.
You get it to go. Is it expressed in the kid's genome from there on out?
No. It's just expressed in the
in the ear.
In the inner ear.
A single base pair or a stretch?
No, we put in a whole gene.
Stretch.
It's unbelievable that you can do this, and you can make.
Where is it? How does it go? Where's the gene?
We make the gene
and put it into what to go into the ear?
We put it into a
AAV
capsid.
So it's an actual genetic editing.
Yes,
it's in a virus.
Well, it's not a virus.
Well,
no associated virus.
Yeah. You put it in, and it's remarkable how you can give a child the gift of hearing. I mean, it's emotional just to think about it. And if that could be done for your child or my child, more complicated perhaps, or other children.
You've swayed me, and I go along with that. I do think you have to follow a very high standard. I trust you to do that. But there is a higher offer that's potentially out there from Ann Wojcicki. What would you raise your bid? She's offering $305 million. Would you raise your bid for this? Is it worth more?
We'll get a chance to see that when the auction reopens, and can't talk about our strategy on.
Well, I think you can go up from there, Len.
We'll see. But forgetting about the details of 23andMe, whether or not we get it or not, we're going to be in the genetics business. Okay, we're going to use genetics in a compliant way, but we're going to use it to advance health security. And we've got to have a bigger conversation. You guys can lead it. We have got to stop attacking the pharmaceutical industry, the biotechnology industry. We've got to do something that at the same time satisfies affordability, which is really important.
Right.
But also, we're going to lose the race. Remember, a long time ago, the United States made like 40% of the chips. Now, it dropped down to like 5 or 10%. We're the leaders in biotechnology. But the Chinese and others are investing heavily, and they're catching up or going to pass us. And if we keep attacking this industry instead of congratulating it and working with it and monitoring it, it's okay. It's okay that they held a hearing, that Comer and Lynch held a hearing to make sure people's private genetic information remains private. Right. But we've got to foster this industry to move forward, or we are in deep trouble.
Yeah, I think you made a very cogent argument, and one that definitely sways me. I would like to see more of what you guys are working on with this.
Comer probably did mean 23andMe, I think.
You could ask him that, but it couldn't be Regeneron. Because
exactly.
That,
from deals that.
And you don't want China getting 23andMe.
I don't want China to have this information.
We don't either.
Yeah.
So we just won't shake hands because I'll get your DNA when I leave.
No, the things you guys are working on when it comes to this, I think, are amazing, and you're right, and there needs to be oversight of it. But
can I ask you something out of left field, because I keep seeing it on Twitter? Do you think that mRNA vaccines, that proteins are made years after by the mRNA that was injected for the vaccine? I don't believe that. Isn't the half-life of messenger RNA like...
It's short. I doubt that. I'm not the world's expert.
Is there any way it could be reverse transcribed into someone's genomes? That you know what I mean? Like an RNA virus.
I would doubt it, but I think that, look, it's like anything else. It's not yes or no. There are issues with vaccines that if you don't design them right, or you overstimulate the immune system, that can be a problem.
Or if you take too many, we don't know the effect of the immune system.
Got to study them. On the other hand,
they say our bacon. Yeah,
dying is not such a great alternative.
No.
So polio,
there's a lot of diseases.
I remember taking the polio vaccine in school. Right. I mean,
right.
It was a school kid.
That's the thing. We have forgotten how fortunate we are to have made this progress.
It's okay to have a conversation.
When they're taking us away, please come back. We're going to continue this conversation.
Absolutely. Great to see both of you.
Thanks,
Good
to
see you.
Educator.com.
We're just seconds away now from May Consumer Price Index data. The futures are improved a little bit, but we're right across the board. The Treasuries, the yield curve, most of the numbers that we follow are at some key levels. So you see the 30-year just below 5, 10-year just above 4.5, and the 2-year just above 4.0. So we should be able to see exactly what happens from this. Rick Santelli standing by at the CME. Leisman is around, so is Santoli. Let's get the numbers, Rick.
Yes, our main read on the Consumer Price Index. On the headline number, expected up 0.2, comes in on the light side, up 0.1%. That follows, at least for now, unrevised up 0.2. Up 0.1 would be the lightest since it was minus 1/10 in March of this year. If you strip out the all-important food and energy, it remains up 0.1%. That's 0.2 lighter than we were expecting, 1/10 lighter than the rear view mirror. Up 1/10 equals where we were in March of this year. To find a lower number, you're going to 0, which was January of 21. Now let's take the year-over-year perspective. Expecting year-over-year headline up 2.4, and it arrives exactly up 2.4. That is 1/10 hotter than our last look at 2.3. It equals the 2.4 in March. 2.8 was February. That's the higher number we're comping to. Finally, if we go year-over-year core ex food and energy, it's up 2.8, 1/10 lighter than we were expecting, equals where we were last month. 2.8 actually now is third consecutive month in a row. If you want a smaller number than that, you're going all the way back to March of 21 when it was up 1.6. Now, I always like to look at the indices. These indices go back quite a ways. If you look at CPI headline index, it goes back to 1913, and the number today, 321.465, might not mean anything to viewers intrinsically, but it is the highest level on this index ever, going back to 1913. That should mean something. And if we strip out the all-important food and energy, it comes in at 326.854. Once again, this number started out in 1957 on the core. It's never been higher. We see that the pre-opening equities, well, they have improved rather markedly. We now see green, and interest rates have dropped dramatically. We're hovering just a whisker under 4.5% in the 10-year. We're now at 4.44%. So definitely the cooler than expected monthly numbers once again are going to create that wonderful weekend armchair quarterback scenario of trying to look at the outlying months over the next 3 and 6 months and trying to discover what they may be using the current monthly estimates. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing to do, and inflation certainly looks like it is cooling a bit, but as the year-over-year numbers do tell us, Joe and the gang, we're still a little bit on the high side with a 2% target. I'm interested to see if anybody at CNBC today talks about the notion that the Bureau of Labor Statistics isn't doing an adequate job of polling for CPI due to freezing of hiring or maybe even cutbacks due to the current administration. My one question would be, what was their enrollment and what was their rank and staff prior to COVID? Let's see what the comparison is. Joe, back to
and why would fewer people wouldn't necessarily give you cooler numbers? It could just be a higher margin for error. So, you know, I'll tell you, Rick, the people that we've been having on, even though they think next month will be even more telling about tariffs, but a lot of them were looking for something. We just had Michelle Girard on. She's been looking at something worse every month. Once again, it didn't happen.
Those 9 Democratic senators trying to have this looked into at the Bureau of Labor Statistics,
right,
have political motivations? Are you even hinting that?
No, but Rick, 3%. People said we'll go back to 3, and it didn't. It stayed at 2.8, right? So this is definitely.
Listen, I'm very surprised. It's been well behaved. It has. It has been well behaved.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean next month, you know, things can change quickly. Steve Leisman, I don't know whether you thought we're going to get your reaction. I don't know whether you thought this would be the month where we started seeing at least some effect, or do we got to wait another month, or does it never come? That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, I want to make a broader point here, Joe, which is this.
I still think there is tariff impact to come. You can see a little bit of tariff impact in places like appliances up 0.8% 2 months in a row. Something important to me, music equipment up 0.4, photo equipment up 1.6. But that's not the broader point I want to make. I want to make this point, which is that the concern at the Federal Reserve was not just that tariff-related prices would go up. It's that it would spread more broadly to other tariff prices, and that the issue of inflation expectations, which you talked about very eloquently this morning with Richard Clarida, would be an issue for the Federal Reserve. Not only did we get a decline in inflation expectations earlier this week from the important New York Fed report, but even if I zero in on just the tariff-related increases, I look elsewhere and I do not see broader impacts on inflation from the tariffs. So yes, I expect tariffs prices to come. You cannot collect year-to-date $70 billion in tariff revenue and not have prices go up. That is going to happen. The broader concern at the Federal Reserve is that it spreads to other areas. We do not see that. I think that's an important development that could help the Fed when the time is right and they're confident to cut interest rates. I will just tell you, gas down 2.6%, real earnings, importantly, up 0.3%. New vehicles fell, used vehicles fell. Importantly, apparel, which is a big imported item, down 0.4%. Owner's equivalent rent, that's the housing unit, up 0.3, that's pretty good. Motor vehicle insurance up 0.7. Airlines down, interestingly enough. And the most important product of all, of course, Joe, eggs down 2.7%. I'll give it back to you.
Exactly. Big turnaround, Mike, immediately. And I did say, Mike, that the yield curve was cooperating because we knew exactly where it was before because they were all right at those, 5%, 4%. They were right at the numbers where we could tell and saw an immediate impact on yield, as Rick pointed out.
We did, and they stayed in the sort of safe zone, I would say. They're not, crossing any trip wires that would give the equity market too much concern, at least right now. And of course, equity index futures did also pop. I think there's no way to look at these numbers and say they're not welcome news. I mean, a downside surprise to core goods is where people were looking for potentially tariff effects, and maybe except for isolated areas that Steve mentioned, you're not quite getting that. So I think it's all net benefit. Maybe the market is not going to race to extrapolate this benign situation in a big way now that we're only 2% from the all-time highs. JP Morgan's equity trading desk this morning said if we come in below like 0.25 on core, we're going up 2%, 2.5% in the S&P today. Obviously, the market maybe will get there, but the market's not racing to that, probably because, one, again, you want to just sort of reserve the idea that this is a snapshot from the recent past, but also because we've moved a lot, and also there's rotations going on in this market that might not act to the benefit of September of S&P 500 directly. Russell 2000's been an outperformer recently. There's been this momentum stock reversal, and so that's something that the equity market might have to deal with. If you get better economic data, ironically, the stuff that's been really carrying the indexes, like it happened in February and March, might take a back seat. So that's maybe we'll see if that develops over the course of the day. But I think at first flush, people are taking this as a definite nice surprise.
Yes. Another one. I'm waiting for. Is it coming, Rick? Next time. Next time, maybe.
Well, maybe next time. I think Steve said something I found really interesting. Steve said that, 70 or 80 billion we've collected on tariffs has to show up somewhere. 70 or 80 billion compared to what's the size of the U.S. economy? How many trillions? But listen, I'm not saying 80 billion isn't a lot to collect, but to think that that is going to make such a huge, big difference at some month in the future, Joe, I'm in your camp. I just don't see it. I think by time many find that month, the equity markets are going to be so far beyond anything that they could have gotten in on at an earlier date that even if there is some type of a tag in the future, it's going to happen at such an elevated price for equities that even should they come down a bit, anybody who missed this boat, they missed a good ride.
It's seen it again and again.
That's roughly, Rick, that's roughly 3 months. So you do want to try to annualize that and think about some of the estimates that you have from the administration, and that could be 400 to 500 billion in a year. And my point is what I call immaculate taxation, Rick. It's going to come from somewhere. So to the extent you do not see it in prices, it could well be in margins, and that's something for investors to consider when they think, are the sellers, are the retailers eating some of this, the wholesalers? That's a question you want to be asking and try to look
I'm
into
going to
these
send you a
companies and the
really,
earnings
really
and their
strong
reports.
microscope for the month ahead, Steve. I'm going to send you a really powerful microscope. We'll find something.
All right. Thanks, Rick. Thanks, Steve. And Mike, up next, former Treasury Secretary Jack Lewis. Squawk Box coming right back.
.com. President Trump posting on Truth Social earlier this hour that the deal with China is done, subject to final approval by him and by President Xi. Trump says that full magnets and any necessary rare earths will be supplied upfront by China. He says Chinese students will have access or will continue to have access to American colleges and universities, although he does not specifically spell out Harvard in that. And he does say that the U.S. will get tariffs of 55% and China will get tariffs of 10%. He described the relationship as excellent. No word, at least in these Trump Truth Social posts, about what will happen to export controls. Still awaiting more details on a lot of these things, and we'll have more on this story throughout the day right here on CNBC, along with any market reaction. Squawk Box will be right back.
Jim.
I'm not saying what.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Joining us right now on set to talk about everything from Washington to Wall Street is former Treasury Secretary Jack Lew. He's also a former OMB director and currently a professor at Columbia University. And Jack, I was going to start with, maybe we talked some of the trade talks, some of the other things, but we've already gotten into it here in the commercial break.
We balanced the budget, and how long did that take?
Let's just go straight to it. What are the problems we have right now with the debt and the deficit? How do we get our arms around it?
The problem we have is we're on an unsustainable path in terms of the deficit and the debt, and the bill that's working its way through Congress makes it much worse. You can have a debate as to whether you're adding $3 or $6 trillion to the debt. Whichever end you're at, it's too much.
Well, Republicans they're not at 3 to 6. They're talking about growth. And that's what we were talking about with you. We need to raise taxes in your view. And I said, well, then we won't get the growth that we need. But you said it all comes down to Social Security.
No, I think what you need to do is start with not making the problem worse. There's tax cuts that are being added, not just extended.
You mean the tips and the things like that?
Well, a host of things. Business tax cuts, state
those
tax
might
cuts.
Be good, right?
So they're not actually all showing up in the budget. They're being put in for a few years, and then there's this fiction that they're going to go away.
Yeah,
we all know that sunsets never come to tax cuts. So that's why these bigger numbers of the debt impact are real.
I mean, just looking at it though, are you now in favor of just extending the tax cuts from 2017 and making those permanent?
I would go and pick and choose amongst them as to what are most essential. I don't think that the notion that was done in 2017 should be in place for all time is correct. I understand the concern people have that this wouldn't be a great time to raise taxes. It's not a good time to cut
always
taxes.
a good time, Jack.
It's not a good time to cut taxes. And this bill cuts taxes. So this is making the problem worse.
It seems like it would be political suicide for anybody, Democrat or Republican, to say we're just going to let these cuts expire and face a huge tax increase on American families across the board.
If the debate in January, and I have a piece of running in Bloomberg this morning where I make this case, if the debate this year had started out, how do we deal with a deficit that's out of control and a debt that's out of control? You could have started with the building blocks. How do you not make the problem worse? Instead, there's a pile-on of new tax cuts.
We need to go back to the Biden administration to start then, Jack. Obviously.
Well, I think we could have a debate.
Okay, but we are here either way, and you're talking $3 trillion. Okay, we're at 37.
Yeah.
My question to you is, what do you want to do with? I mean, you don't want to cut spending. I don't think Democrats ever do. But what do you do on the revenue side? Where do you want to raise taxes to balance the budget? You did it with Clinton, right? With the OMB. You're OMB director. How do you do it again? Where do you get the revenue?
Look, you start by not making it worse. You don't add to the problem. And
well, then we got to go back to 2020.
And
that was my point.
You don't pretend that you're paying for it when you're not. And you don't pay for part of it by taking health and nutrition benefits away from the most vulnerable in society.
But Jack, we were at 800, 700 billion before the pandemic with the deficit, with Trump in the first term. We got to 2 trillion under Biden, even though the pandemic was over, and we're still at 2 trillion. So, I know you just want to come and just say, you don't dig where you keep in it. Trump's fault is 3 billion and all that.
Trillion.
3 trillion, sorry. 3 trillion. But we know, but everybody's guilty. Biden was guilty. There were $2 trillion deficits one year after another with him. What do we do, in your view? Where do we raise taxes and without hurting growth to get it done?
I think that you start by asking, what are we going to have to do? We all know Social Security is going to need some reforms to remain well-funded for the next generation.
Right.
I was part of the 1983 Social Security reforms. It was hard. It took bipartisan cooperation to do things that were hard but reasonable. You start by having a bipartisan conversation. You'll never do that with one side doing it to the other. Hard decisions are made in bipartisan.
Would it be raising the age to 70 or means testing? Or
I'm not going to sit here and negotiate what a package would look like, but if you want to know where you raise revenues, one of the places you raise revenues is to pay for Social Security. That would reduce the deficit also.
How about the high end? Raise the high end. You got to go to you got to broaden the base and get a lot of the middle. You need to raise taxes, right?
I think that most Americans, if they face the reality that Social Security is 70% funded going into the future, would say we got to do something to make it 100% funded. And then you do a mixture of things that don't. In 1983, the changes did not change the quality of life for people dramatically, but it filled a hole for over 50 years. You know, that's something. 50 years is a long time.
So you would raise capital gains taxes?
I go back to where I started. I would start by not making things worse right now. You keep asking me what would I do to get better. I'm worried that this bill going through Congress will make the problem worse, and it puts the burden on people. 16 million people losing health care is a big deal.
We're getting different health care.
No, you say getting different health care, but if you take away Medicaid or if you take away a premium tax credit for the ACA, most of those people aren't going to afford it.
You wouldn't take away any of the 7 million prime working age healthy adults that get Medicaid. You wouldn't try to transition them to work or off of Medicaid?
Employers have taken advantage of this too by not offering
Health care. If employers provided health care to all these workers, you wouldn't have had 20 million uncovered.
And that's what the Republicans have said. Even a Republican we had on today, a Republican senator today, said let the employers pick up some of these.
I would be delighted if everyone had employer coverage.
That would
but
actually
they
do
don't,
this.
though. They don't.
You know, Secretary Lew, just looking back, the national debt when you were secretary went from $16.7 trillion to $19.9 trillion. That's an over $3 trillion increase. I mean, that's what Perplexity tells me. Is that the case, and what happened? That was a $3 trillion increase over the time of your tenure.
The arithmetic is simple. Whenever there's a deficit, you're going to be increasing the national debt. So your annual, when you make a budget, there's only a couple of variables. You have revenue, you have spending, and what's left over.
We should have stopped digging then.
That's why I'm saying
we should have stopped back then, not just now.
We were engaged in a serious bipartisan negotiation where we were prepared to do hard things. Both sides were prepared to do hard things. It was the grand bargain negotiation.
Yeah, but why didn't President Obama make that a binding vote?
It didn't. Simpson Bowles wasn't the negotiation. The negotiation was a grand bargain with Obama and Boehner, and it got close. It didn't come together because there was just a need for more revenue than they could have Republicans accept, and they were demanding more tax cuts, more spending cuts than Democrats would vote for. If that could have been brought into balance, we would have had a deal.
So where do you see, I guess, the seeds for that in Washington today?
I think
it seems to me like it's gotten tougher.
I think there are very few C's, and the reason that I'm reminding people that we've got a big problem and the only way to deal with it ultimately is a serious conversation is to slow down before you make it worse, because it only gets harder. At some point, there's going to be a bad event in the world and the bond market, and people are going to say, oh my God, what do we do about it? At that moment, if the problem is $3 or $6 trillion worse, then the consequences are that much harder.
I mean, we're spending like this when there's not a financial crisis.
This is not a moment when we ought to be digging such a deep hole.
Promising so.
I'm a big believer that when the economy is in crisis, you do what you have to do. And at the beginning of the Biden administration, it was the end of COVID. At the beginning of the Obama administration, it was the financial crisis. Frankly, we should have not put the brakes on when we did in the Obama years. If we could have kept going for a year, the economy would have grown.
We're still at the pandemic level spending instead of going back to pre-pandemic. Yeah. And you don't want to cut any spending.
Yeah, you're not hearing me say I wouldn't cut any spending.
How do we get back to pre-pandemic levels of spending?
I think the goal has to be, what can you do to achieve greater fiscal sustainability without hurting people inordinately? In the debate right now, there's this pretending going on that you take nutrition benefits away from people and it doesn't hurt. You take health insurance coverage away, it doesn't hurt. You were talking earlier this morning about rural hospitals. There will be an impact on rural hospitals if 16 million people go uninsured. It means uncompensated care goes up. It means marginal hospitals will close. It means that people will have hundreds of miles to go to get
How are we getting by at pre-pandemic levels? I don't remember this
I think
catastrophic.
you got to also take inflation.
Well, you got to take defense. Maybe you don't want to spend. Maybe you don't want defense spending. You don't want defense spending.
You're kind of confusing a bunch of things. I mean, we had a lot less people covered by health care before the Affordable Care Act. It's a good thing we have more people covered.
I'm just talking pre-pandemic.
No, but when you take away the premium support for the Affordable Care Act, that's not pandemic legislation. That's going away and taking away part of the Affordable Care Act. That's helped. There are going to be 5 to 6 million people who lose health insurance because the premium tax credits are gone.
I mean, the ACA giveth and it taketh away. It caused Medicaid to be growing at 3 times what any other entitlement has been growing at, and that's not how it was intended. And you don't even want to touch that.
You say it's not how it was intended, but from 1964 when Medicaid was created till now, there have been a bunch of decisions to change Medicaid. We covered kids in the 1990s. That was millions who got on. In the Affordable Care Act, it was the way that...
We're out of time.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer and David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Pre-market likes that softer than expected CPI print, 1/10 on headline and on core, has yields backing off, 2-year below 4, some rotation into small caps. Russell futures up more than 1%. Our roadmap begins with the president saying the U.S. has a trade deal with China, subject to final approval from him and President Xi.
Plus, we'll have the latest read on the consumer prices, as Carl just indicated, coming in less than expected. Core prices, excluding food and energy, also below estimates. And Elon Musk is walking back his social media posts, at least a bit, about President Trump, saying they went too far. Tesla shares are moving higher in the pre-market, building on yesterday's big gains, and we got a date on autonomous Boston.
Let's begin with these U.S.-China trade talks. In the last hour, the president did post on Truth Social, quote, "Our deal with China is done, subject to final approval with President Xi and me. Full magnets and any necessary rare earths will be supplied up front by China." He went on to mention Chinese students having access to U.S. colleges and added, quote, "We're getting a total of 55% tariffs. China's getting 10%, says the relationship is excellent, Jim. We'll see how this gets received. We got a small China readout, but that was earlier this morning.
Right. Well, first, if you want to try to make money off, you're a trader. It's General Motors, which had the most problem. They also agreed to $4 billion shifts in production from Mexico. So that's a clear ramp to 53, I think. Ford's got it too. They were the two that were held back. There's a lot of misinformation. I've seen it even in an interview this morning here. They were giving this stuff to Germany and Japan. There was absolutely just a total stranglehold in the U.S. Let's not forget that. It was not done in a way that was in a vacuum where everybody was hurt. Second, there has to be some sort of way during this period where we develop something that will take their place. Mexico could be the way to do it. It is just shocking to me that we didn't have a game plan. No game plan. So the final thing I say is, David, there may be a deal, and there may be students involved, but we don't know what there's going to be involved with semiconductors.
No, we don't. There's no mention of chips here, which obviously we know is a very important part of at least what the Chinese were viewing as something that they felt was a key. So yeah, students, rare earths, obviously the magnets is, again, we're just dealing with a social media post, and we're reading into that at this point. The 55% number, when you really sort of get to where things are running in terms of an effective rate, even though it's 30%, there are lots of number of parts of the Chinese goods complex that are much higher. So you get to about 51%. So kind of in line with where the effective rate is right now, and that's all we know. We haven't heard from the Chinese yet.
No, we don't know. And the Chinese did have a kind of discouraging statement talking about how, look, we'll take it till we have to fight. I mean, when I say on the semiconductors, a lot of people feel it was advanced micro because they have a GPU, that's what you need, that's what NVIDIA has, and advanced micro is like a quick 10. A Micron is high bandwidth, that's also used for data centers, so that would be something we could give them. Sanjay Mehrotra has been very quiet about it, the CEO. But you might see NVIDIA going up here. Now, NVIDIA gave a very good talk. This was Jensen's time to go. Sovereign AI again, some with friends with an outfit called Mistral. It does LLMs. But I have to tell you, Carl, here it goes again. And I talked about it last night at the top of the show. They made a manifesto about quantum, about how quantum's here. There are 4 quantum stocks that we have to follow. Some of my people that I work with were very, I think that they were probably concerned that I went out and said, look, we ought to be looking at Rigetti, we ought to be looking at, the ones that people talk about, but they're going to fly.
There's a couple things happening. One is, you're right, Jensen saying that quantum is at an inflection point. It's going to solve some interesting problems in the coming years. Remember, he was a little more circumspect about the timeline a few months ago.
Boy, when I first talked to him about it a year ago, it's like, Jim, I mean, come on. Quantum isn't even that good.
Right.
Now quantum is, wow, really good.
Just to get a little more into that, let's listen to what Jensen did say specifically about quantum.
There's an inflection point happening in quantum computing. The number of logical qubits are starting to grow. Well, just like Moore's Law would, I could totally expect 10 times more logical qubits every 5 years, 100 times more logical qubits every 10 years. Those logical qubits would become better error corrected, more robust, higher performance, more resilient, and of course, will continue to be scalable.
Talking about developing new materials, Jim, at the molecular level, perhaps down the road. They do have this partnership with Novo on drug discovery.
Look, I've been waiting for that. Recursion was supposed to be one, too, and the drug person is excellent. I keep hoping that they do some big deals on cancer. You're able to, I've been listening to a lot of people who claim they have AI, and it's starting to bother me again because they're doing spreadsheets and calling it AI. After working with all of the sites that are now saying they're really good at math, they're awful at math. What bank would let them in? But you're seeing, I mean, I did a piece last night that basically said, okay, here we go. IONQ, D-Wave Quantum, Rigetti, quantum computing, go get them. And David, look at that. I'm not saying I'm a sage.
No.
I am saying that Jensen is giving the green light to a lot of companies that may mean absolutely nothing, but they have quantum in their name. I mean, Honeywell's been very honest and said, listen, we're not ready.
Right.
And IBM does have quantum, and that's one of the reasons why IBM is at an all-time high.
Those are incredible moves. If you were lucky enough to have decided that quantum was where you wanted to be at the beginning of this year, you are very happy, or even last year.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I think it's not yet proven, right? We don't know.
But it's younger people who are really cashing in.
And you've made
sit
this,
here and tell people to buy Smucker.
You've made this point, right? You've made this point about nuclear and certain crypto assets.
That's very disheartening. I'm disheartened by it.
Well, don't be disheartened.
Why?
By the way,
What value added do we have? I read the names.
You want to get heartened? Read Sam Altman's blog post from last night. It's entitled "The Gentle Singularity," and we had Jensen. I think when you talk about the leaders right now in terms of where the future is, it's Jensen, and it's a lot of it's Sam Altman.
Well, they're great friends. You remember, nothing took off.
I took out a few things that just struck me in what is a letter that I think people should read because it's got a lot of different things in it. But part of it is, of course, talking about the near-term advances that are coming. As for the 2030s, for example, he writes, intelligence and energy ideas and the ability to make ideas happen are going to become wildly abundant. We hear that word a lot, by the way, abundant. These two have been the fundamental limiters on human progress for a long time. With abundant intelligence and energy and good governance, we can theoretically have anything else. He goes on to say, if we have to make the first million humanoid robots the old-fashioned way, but then they can operate the entire supply chain, digging and refining minerals, driving trucks, running factories to build more robots, which can then build more chip fabrication facilities, data centers, and the rate of progress will be quite different. And finally, last part I'll take for you guys, and the one I've been focused on, there will be very hard parts, like whole classes of jobs going away. But on the other hand, the world will be getting so much richer so quickly that we'll be able to seriously entertain new policy ideas we never could before. We probably won't adopt a new social contract all at once, but when we look back in a few decades, the gradual changes will have amounted to something big.
Well, okay,
because nobody's going to have a job, so we're all going to be wandering around looking for some purpose. But we're going to have an age of abundance. An age of abundance.
It drives me crazy.
Thank you.
We have
succeeded.
A birth rate.
My work here is done.
We have a birth rate that's like the Handmaid's Tale, and we need people. And you may think that and we're rounding up people in this country and sending them where God knows where. We don't let anybody in the country. We have a series of jobs now that the only people who really wanted them were people who felt, look, this is how I can get my kid to college, which is really kind of the goal. And you're going to need all the robots you can get, and you need robots making the robots. And I don't know why you are so cavalier about the idea that we have enough people in this country to do jobs.
I'm not talking about the population at this point in terms of the lack of growth in certain countries. Obviously, our country is far from in danger. South Korea, they got a real problem. It's something like
Italy has
7. Italy, yeah. But all that said, I just want to point out that you're going to continue to hear, whether it's Musk or Altman or Hassabis at DeepMind, this idea of an age of abundance coupled with huge social changes that may have to take place in the social safety net, perhaps,
revolution.
Or a universal income. It's coming fast, Carl.
How about those
potentially? Now, I always sit here and remember we talked about autonomous cars 7 years ago, like they'd be here tomorrow, and they're finally just about
and they're about to fly too. I mean, Joby's got a lot of money from the government.
They're not always right.
Joby's real. I got to tell you, Carl, David probably in another time sat here and bemoaned the seamstresses.
Or the farm.
He misses the agrarian economies.
He misses the Jeffersonian period.
The man brought us tomatoes, all right? So, enough.
Meantime,
on
a shorter timeline, there is consumer inflation on the radar today. CPI for May coming in as expected, 2.4 year-on-year. You strip out food and energy, it's 2.8, just shy of forecast. Jim, some relief in cars, apparel, clearly energy, airfares, all down.
And I'm going to take the other side. Steve needs some light, but I don't have any glasses. Shelter remains very sticky, 3.9, and they've got. Remember, there's no housing component. They got to get that down. These others could be ephemeral. These still, I mean, you can say we've not really seen the impact of tariffs, but housing's too expensive in this country, and we're not doing enough about it.
Redfin with the number today, the typical home sold in April took 40 days to get into contract. That's 5 days more than the prior April.
Well, the last few days with the bond market, we've seen Lennar go up, we've seen Toll Brothers go up. But David, when you want to buy a house in this country, it's too expensive, and it never came down the way it was supposed to come down because there's not been enough construction. We never talk about it, but zoning is the enemy. people who are aspiring to the middle class.
Mortgage apps though today, Jim, highest in 2 months or biggest jump in 2 months.
Big number. I was gratified by that because bonds have been stable.
And that's with a 30-year fixed at 6.93.
No, I know. But people can't. How long can people stay? And where they are? I don't know.
Well, they've been staying longer than they would otherwise have if mortgage rates had been lower, and they had the affordability is nowhere near where it once was. You know that. I mean, it's versus 5 years ago.
Right. No, it's not good.
No.
But do people relate that to politics, or is it just still one more thing that the lumpen proletariat doesn't care about?
I don't know. The age of abundance is coming. Don't worry.
Age of abundance. Where did you get this? You watch some PBS show? Canceled.
PBS, yeah.
It's all linear now.
When we come back this morning, Elon Musk, as David said, is mea culpa regarding his social media post criticizing the president. Got some fresh posts from the president, by the way, on Truth Social. Adding to the China readout, President Xi and I are going to work closely together to open up China to American trade. This would be a great win for both countries. We'll talk about what that means when Squawk on the Street continues.
I'm here. He's here. He's here. Okay. I'm here. Oh, we had a breakout. Well, well.
Then 5100. Elon Musk walking back his criticisms about the president on social media. Overnight on X, he posted, quote, "I regret some of my posts about President Trump last week. They went too far. As you may recall, there are differences over the taxes."
Hell yeah, you went too far, you son of a bitch.
Responses on social media about other issues. Meanwhile, Jim, Tesla's going to go for 4 days higher today. It's up 17% since Friday.
We got a lot of downgrades, and they it visibly.
No reason for the downgrades.
Then it went up 10%.
So I'm done with you. Went too far. Elon must have got my message. This is here, you're the top profit maker. You're the top market profit for your call on SPX. Congratulations, James Howard. Can you believe that? I've been recognized. I don't know, I kind of figured out what the heck is this? People better pay attention. Congratulations, James Howard. You're the top market profit for your call on SPX. What do you think about that, people? Elon Musk.
In the cars, and we see essentially no interventions. So, and we want to be very
Are you off the drugs?
The first introduction of unsupervised full self-driving, meaning that the car's driving around with no one in it. So we're
But no one behind the drivers.
Well, yes, and sometimes no one in it at all.
Right.
So just going to pick someone up.
Woo!
The car seems to be incredibly safe.
That's where they are. Obviously, he said 10 to 12 at first, and there's some video, and then they'll quickly ramp it up.
Right.
From there to as many as well over 1,000 in a short amount of time.
Jensen's comments here. The work that Elon, is doing with Grok, his self-driving car, his Optimus, these are all, every single one of them world-class, every single one of them revolutionary, every single one of them are going to be gigantic opportunities, and we're delighted. I'm delighted to be working with him. Boom, I rest my case. That's what the story is. This is a partnership that has made it so that I think that he's leapfrogged.
You know what, CNBC? You're full of crap.
I think it's the future because that's what I.
And he said it's like I can't get away from.
All you could do is bash Tesla.
XAI there where he was talking
yes,
about.
But it was amazing during that cop school a couple years ago, where he said like Jensen's he's extracting his monopolist, but you can't help it. You got to use it, and this sounds like a very good partnership. Maybe there's like an era of peace that Musk is trying to be.
Meanwhile, Nvidia's only not that far off from an all-time high.
$10.
Now you're talking.
So you think last week one of the game theories of how the president could ice Elon?
Goodbye.
2% target, and they really want to see what happens before they really make any sort of determination what's going to happen with rates.
I had on Andrew Brenner yesterday, who actually surmised that the tariffs
She's showing cleavage today. It's going to be a good day.
Cause inflation to come down, not up, which is something that President Trump has said, and said that Jay Powell didn't necessarily understand. What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, it's definitely a tax on the consumer, and it could, make the economy come down a little bit. But, we're going to have to wait and see. I mean, everybody's been really, pessimistic on the economy and the labor market, but we're just not really seeing that in the data. And, we're also seeing, like, other things like oil and copper start to perk up, which, is really indicative of a strong economy, which you really don't see ahead of a recession. So, I mean, I think, that mechanism for higher prices through tariffs and, like, a higher tax, effectively like higher rates on the consumer could, affect the economy and bring it down a little bit and slow growth. But really not seeing that in the data yet. And I would be skeptical to see if tariffs really have that large of an impact on, the economy going forward.
So I just saw in a recent survey I'm reading, a majority of CEOs have expressed confidence in the U.S. economy with a notable decrease in the number of business leaders anticipating a recession this year. This is on Benzinga, and they're quoting a 2025 survey. And so, you know, are things looking better in the big picture? They had this survey of 277 CEOs, and the figure is significantly lower than the 46% that were recorded in May. So fewer are anticipating a recession. That might be good news, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we're seeing that in the jobs data from last week, right? We're seeing hires up, you know, more job postings out there. So I think, you know, people are bullish on the economy, generally speaking. There is a lot of uncertainty out there, which is just, you know, the biggest word out there in the economy is what's going to happen. And a lot of this is from, you know, like the negotiating style, what happens with tariffs, right? And you get to the 99-yard line in some of these agreements, and then, you know, they retrade you at the last minute.
Okay.
And, you know, and there is a lot of uncertainty, but I think generally speaking,
There's none.
the underlying economics
There's no
are
uncertainty.
strong. The labor market's strong. Rates haven't gotten out of control yet. But I think that's what people are really watching, right? Like there is this risk to the upside in interest rates because of, you know, potential inflation getting out of control.
Risk?
Or, you know,
What the heck are you talking about?
Getting out of control, and like we're seeing a pop in long-term rates. But, you know, generally speaking, I do think a lot of people are bullish on the economy. We're seeing a lot of deal making come back. You know, in my industry, commercial real estate, there are a lot of deals getting done. And it seems like, you know, we've seen the underlying economics, a lot of these businesses catch up to where the cost of capital is. So, no, I mean, I agree with them. I'm bullish on the economy as well.
How did you think about the rate environment? As we got in our print this morning, those yields are ticking down a bit, and we do have Treasury auction today at 1 o'clock for the 10-year bond yield. Your thoughts on the current rate environment and what the Fed may or may not do the rest of the year?
Yeah, I mean, right, there's two parts of the curve, right? The short and long term. I think, you know, inflation expectations, you know, day to day are really going to affect the long end of the curve. You know, we definitely saw rates come down a little bit, but I do think people are looking forward to the next few prints to see what happens when tariffs, you know, filter through and start really affecting some of these prints. You know, although I do think, you know, whatever happens is probably going to be short term, but I think the risk is to the upside because most people think the real risk is long-term rates popping up significantly rather than them coming down significantly, right? And the Fed, you know, again, they're in this wait and see mode, but we're still a little bit high on inflation and the labor market is so strong. I don't see a lot of like lower short-term Fed funds rates in the near future. At least not any time in the next few months, right? And we've got the 2 years somewhere around 4%, and the Fed funds around 4.3. So even if they do lower, the expectations are probably a quarter to a half at the very, very most. So it's definitely we're at a good point right now where we're starting to see what's going to happen and them getting some guidance, but there is a lot of noise out there, so we have to wait and see a couple months and see what happens.
Yeah, understood. I mean, in the big picture, any advice to investors at this point based on what you're seeing thus far?
Yeah, I mean, I think this market is probably a great trader's market because you're going to get a lot of volatility one way or another as these prints come out. I would say, there's definitely a risk to the upside with hot inflation prints as far as, what the reaction's going to be. But
we have 5 more minutes.
A little bit shorter term. Right, so
I got to take off my shoes and put up my platforms.
If you wait until some of this noise filters out of the system, these indexes are going to be a lot
idiots
higher,
are the ones that
your ability to get in at those times is probably going to have passed. So
uncertainty. Who is this guy?
Entrance points and
Who
well-priced assets.
is this?
And also just be careful of hotter inflation prints. But there's probably going to be some good entrance points and buying opportunities in the near future.
I mean, at this point, we're not seeing inflation in the prints just yet, the tariff-related spike that people were really
No, and they said we've already would see it by now.
I don't know. Do you think the Fed should have cut rates already?
Yes.
I don't really think so. I mean, I know people
This guy's a nut.
saying they should, and Trump's certainly calling for it, but I just don't really see a reason to.
I do.
If anything, the labor market is very strong, and
credit cards are too high.
Starting to see commodities perk up that are indicative of strong economy. And inflation is still a little hot, and there's probably some spikes in inflation coming from tariffs. I think the things that people are really watching out for are a spike in rates because of budgets or inflation, or tariff prices filtering through to other parts of the economy and pushing prices up. But for now, I really don't see a reason for the Fed to lower rates, even though people may want them to.
And Scott Bessent,
who is this guy? I don't want to listen to what you got to say.
Maybe Trump thinking that Scott Bessent
You're
takes
muted.
the role of Treasury Secretary when Powell's tenure is up. What do you think about that? Does that seem like a real?
I think you should get this guy off the air is what I think.
Do you think that is?
I think you got to pay attention to everything, and we'll see what happens. You know,
Okay. Just a waste of energy right there. Okay, we've had our pullback now. Probably about 50%. Oh, we'll be at the 68, I bet. 32. Yeah, right about the 50%. I'd like to see it come back down one more notch and be a strong buy at 603. Okay. Let's go ahead and put an alert right there. Let's raise this up 599 one above the 200 EMA. And replaced. Oh, you ain't took off your shoes yet. You ain't got your water by your desk. Oh, man. What a night last night. So I got a story to tell. We'll get more people on here. I have no clue why these people are so bearish. It's like they have no connection with the private sector at all. And all they care is about free money from the government. Print, 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 print. I've never been, well, here we go. I can't talk right now. Okay, get ready. Right off. SPY. We'll go to the SPX, the 11th, the 60, 70 strikes, 60, 70 strikes. Jimmy will be trading this right off the bat. Get ready. We're at the 50% pullback right now at $5. We still could be a little high, but we'll take a little risk here. This is risky, always risky trade when you do the beach trade with Washboardjim. We're at 460. Okay, get ready. These are going to be the 60, 70s. Right about now. Lotto, calls, strike, 60, 70s at $3. Whoops. $3.50. $3.50. Let's do it. Okay. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, I'll get rid of that. Let's see, a little change. We're at the 200 SMA on the 1 minute. Been 6 minutes. I should go ahead and add a couple here. Maybe 3. Let's do it. 295. That gives me 4. Now we're at 350. Let's go. Let's go. They got a real good average. We're at 350. $3.80. You can take profit if you want. We hit 390. It's actually 309. President Trump on Truth Social says, what's he say? There we go. Got to turn your hot coal. Nicole, man, showing the cleavage today. It's going to be a good day. Come on. 360. I want to break out. Break the 21. Anybody take us with Bobo? Good job, franchise. It's hanging around a little bit too long. We need something coming up soon. Slashy yes, Funk pulled back to the 200 on the 5 minute. Oh, that's the 1 minute. What the heck? Pulled back to the 63.
Every one of the NVIDIA, Tesla, Amazon, Apple, Google, and Meta are all dropping.
Okay, what about Apple? Apple is?
Mm-hmm. They should find some support right here because 4 of them are either at the bottom of the orb or at the 200 SMA.
Yeah, that's the same.
The only one that could fall further is Tesla.
Yeah, we had a pullback breakout. Now we're consolidating on the yeses.
Google kind of looks weak.
They were pumping Google yesterday.
It's surprising because didn't OpenAI tap Google to host their services?
Yeah, these all could be reversing.
Right, so your orb should be set.
I'm really liking the video, but AMD's got a double bottom here, triple bottom. If you count yesterday's close there.
NVIDIA is coming out of the resistance zone on mine, so I have resistance at 144.20.
Yeah, 144.08.6 is what I got, but it can hit the 28.
Amazon looks weak as hell. It's going through the bottom of the orb. Big drop on Amazon, actually. ES is about to hit the 200 on the 5. Big drop on NVIDIA now.
SPX just hit the 200 on the 1 minute. EMA.
Push it down.
$2. Get back in this thing. Getting a little bit farther out of my money, but the 60s, 70s are at 220. Order set to buy 6070s.
NVIDIA dumping hard. 5 minute. 5 minute RSI's wave or so.
Let's go. Breakout. They're at 290 now from 225. We break to 21, we're going to have the 60. Well, we're getting close to resistance. 603.50. If we don't break the we're at a resistance right now, so you could exit or scale out. We're squeezing between the 9 and the 21, and we're at the 200 EMA. There we go. A little sigh of relief. There's 330. $340, baby. Now's the time to really start scoring.
I'll close about to pull back. It ran way too hard this morning. About to be some profit taking on it.
604.25. Let's get it. I mean, they can stop here at the 50. And I'm using the /ES and I'm using the SPY as references when I'm trading SPX. Sounds a little odd, but I picked up the /ES with Funk, and I used to use the SPY with the VWAP. See, now we're respecting the VWAP. No, too early for this shit. Hello, this is Washboardjim with the Cleavage Adjustment Center. May I help you? This is Washboardjim with the Cleavage Adjustment Center. May I help you? I adjust cleavages at all sizes for the low cost of $9.99. Magnificent. Could I have a grade on the Cleavage Adjustment Center call? This is very unprofessional. And Funk wonders why I don't have a girlfriend.
Oh no, I don't wonder.
Woo! Come on, let's keep going. I left a couple on the table for the, I mean, I was in so cheap here. We're still holding the VWAP on the SPY. Now we have had a pretty good run too, so we got to think about that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play it cool with it.
I don't know. Yeah, because we've had a good run. I mean, I could be done for the day. One of them days where I could be done and gone fishing now. But I got two contracts.
Palantir just hit the bottom of the orb. My God, man. Jesus Christ.
No, did you smell my...
When it runs, it effing runs.
Which one?
Look at Oclo. Look at Oclo. Look at the 5-minute chart on Oclo.
Yeah. What about Mister today? You looked at it yet?
I'm just staring at it. So I've got Oclo, Mister, and Palantir on one screen.
Oh, God.
Oclo's ridiculous. It's ran $7 since open.
Nuclear power. Okay, Oklo selected to provide clean nuclear power for Air Force Base in Alaska. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
That's a big deal. Solar is a scam. I might have some solar when I get my cabin built. Some. Okay, we're getting ready to come to a yin-yang, a triple quad top break. So this could be a spot for reversal. If you're going in, go in small. You just got to draw a trend line across here from this previous high right here. Or you could actually raise it up a little bit. Take it from that spot right there and run it to that candle right here. And then we hit it right there. So I'm still in this. I got 2 contracts at 225. We got a megaphone pattern off of four black crows. So we could come to a double top. If that doesn't break, I'd exit. So let's see how this works out here. Beautiful hammer here. Long leg doji hammer right off the 200 EMA. I'm so glad I added that 200 EMA because it's got me in trades that I would have not got in off the 200. Uh-oh. Don't.
There's reversed exactly where I said it would.
Yep. Damn, you're good.
33.50.
Like my quote says, I'm not here to beat you down, I'm here to lift you up. We are.
The orb is strong ass support for it today. If people just watch that.
That'd be a head and shoulders if we pull back and hit it on the SPX.
Both Master and Palantir have used the bottom of the orb as support today. ABGO's running hard. have resistance on AVGO until 252.50.
Mm.
MSTR.
There we go. Go ahead.
I said MSTR just got candled.
Exit. Hello, this is Johnny's Tire Service. May I help you?
Goodbye.
Oh, that's sexy. Did you say goodbye, baby?
I'm gonna grab an aqua put right here, 57 put.
Oh my.
And 87 put at 80 cents.
You don't think we're going to break out? I'm not,
Aqua?
oh, no, never mind.
Yeah, no, I'm in an aqua call. I'm in an aqua put.
Okay.
Put at 80 cents.
There we go. We're about to hit the double top orb. Now you put might work. Or I mean, well, you got that. Never mind.
I'm on Aqua.
Yeah. Dang, I'm doing good today. Oh, God. Hello, this is the FBI. May I help you?
Hello?
Yeah, this is the FBI. May I help you? I don't think she wanted to speak to me.
Sound like
Okay, will we have another wave up or another, does it go down? I think we need to consolidate sometime. It's hard to say. With the good news about China, we got all them terrorists out in California. I think Democrats just want GOP for the rest of their life to win. There we go. We had the breakout. So I'm typing in another wave up. Can I cheat? Take a deep breath. God, $4.10. That's $200 a contract, almost. There it is, 200. Well, give me 5 cents. I think I should take profit. It'll be one of them days where I go, oh God, I sold it at 420. Randy's number. Randy. PLTR is up to 135.63, up $2.82. Apple's flat at 6 in the green. Tesla's up 552. It could go another $30 if it gets bullish. Vegas called that one. She did real good on that one. AVGO up 542. Man, it's still going. Megaphone, baby. I'm thinking about cooking some cauliflower steaks. Be a first attempt. I've still got a couple of these contracts, man. If this thing keeps going, I should take it. I mean, I'm up 100%. Almost. If I get to 450, I'll be up 100%.
I don't have resistance on the S for 9 more points.
Yep. There it is. 100% right there.
You still got room.
Yep. Oh, Randy's winning too? Oh, where's the quote? Is that true, Randy? Or is he just making that stuff up? I'm going to show you one of the biggest picture frames I ever built, Funk. This is just one of them. I've done one bigger, I think. as a picture framer for 18 years. For you people on YouTube, look how big that frame is. You got guys standing there that are 5'9", 5'10". That's called koa. Made out of koa wood. KOA. Very expensive. They're at 380 still. And this thing's
a 5-minute chart on ES looks real interesting if you wanted to get back in, because the 9 on the 5-minute is sitting directly on the top of the orb.
Yeah.
Touches that, you got 2 strong supports.
Yep. And we're squeezing on the 1 minute between the 21 and the 9 with the 9 on top. So that's a little different than what I'm used to.
If I get a touch on that 5-minute, I'm going to get back on.
It looks good on the 2 minute. Touching the 9. Back to 420. Nailed that one. It's now we've been open an hour and 5 minutes.
Alan here's up $5 since we called it a while ago.
Something real good happened to me yesterday. I don't want to share it with the room here. A couple weeks ago, we had a huge rain. I mean, a big one. Over 10 inches of rain over the weekend. And one of my jobs got flooded out. So I kept, so they were all on vacation. It was Memorial Weekend. So I stuck around here. I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't go floating or anything, and had nothing to do. And when I went to go clean the business out, there's a hallway and an office that was flooded out. So I sat there all weekend going back and forth, sucking water out of the building. And I left notes saying I'm going to come back tomorrow and check it. And I put on the fans and I shampooed. So I came back on the third day and there was a big old stain in the owner's office. So I went and got my carpet shampooer and I stayed up and I shampooed his carpet. I left another note. I went back in the next day to check on it, and one of the owner's son was in there, and no one went in there, and he talked to me, and he told me how much he appreciated me doing that, going back in there and putting that little extra effort into the building. And he said, go ahead and charge him. So I went home and I figured out what I was going to charge him. I said, well, I'll just charge him $60 an hour. And then I only gave him a couple hours. And then I kind of pumped it up a little bit. And I brought the invoice back to the office and I thought about it for a bit. And I went back there and picked up the invoice and I lowered the price down. And 2 weeks later, when I got the check, they gave me a $500 tip. And I'm going, wow, you know. That little extra effort. And I've talked about that last week, about put in a little bit of extra effort and you could always, you know, get good out of it. So last week I'm sweeping the parking lot, just something to do. Leaves off the side and I found a $20 bill. I'm going, all I had to do was put a little bit of extra effort in that, and I was rewarded with a 20. So on the way home I was just driving looking at that check and I went, 500 extra bucks on this check. I mean, I didn't know what to say. It just kept saying $1,650 over and over and over again. And I just sat there all night long thinking, what am I going to do with that extra 500 bucks? But I was so flabbergasted. That's my little story, kind of. Something to think about when you want to learn how to trade stocks. Put in that little extra effort. Like Funk's doing. Funk's, you know, I think he's sacrificing some of his private time doing this. Yabba dabba doo. End of story. I think I'm gonna go in there and make me lunch. I'm building a bull flag here right now. And we're getting ready to squeeze. Do you see that squeeze happening? It's either going to go down or going to go up. Is it overextended? How I can tell it's squeezing because I've got the 21 here and we've respected it for the last 10 minutes. And this is the top of the megaphone. So we'll see if this holds. And this is a bull flag. Just draw it in like this. Right there. So that's the bottom of the bull flag, and it hits the top of that there megaphone. Depends on if the stock's overextended. We've had a pretty good little run here. So these calls at 60s, 70s are at 350. I'm gonna grab one. I think it might be a little overextended myself, but definitely at a support level right here. Let's see if we can break out of it. I'm going to extend that out to the right. I just couldn't believe they just gave me 500 extra bucks. I was just like, God. There's $3-4 right there. I'm up 50 bucks a contract. So when you're at this level, you scalp them, or too bad I just got one. Two of them would have been worth it. But as you approach that number 3, you got to think, okay, are we going to break? That's the top of the flag. We have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Boom. $390. We tried to break it. There we go. $4. Break it. We got a double top coming up too, so there we go. Right there, just like that. Take it. So you understand what a bull flag is? That's just what it's called. $4.40 to a double top. I mean, I got right out of it. Probably the only one that did at that price. Oh, I had this one already on here. That's funny. The fudge.
They're looking for those headphones. But, let me see here. Where's my book? Oh, I took that out. That's the new one, actually. This is the old one because I was going to test this out because they sound completely different.
Tell her I said hi.
Okay. He ain't got no shoes on, no socks. He got a kind of thing on his hand. A sock. See a bag over there? See that bag over there? Just get him some socks out of there. I'm steady putting new socks on. New socks on him, and I don't know what's
Whoa, what's going on here? Bozeman. Did you get them socks out of that there dresser drawer?
Yeah.
Okay. We're back down to 360, 370 on this thing. We're still at the top of that megaphone, so it's got to hold here or you just get out of the trade. I got one left. Then we'll go in there and make lunch. I didn't mean to run you off, Bozeman. It's 4:30. I thought that was funk for a second. It's right now my lunchtime. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go get my lunch going.
What's the latest catalyst here?
Last week, obviously, tempers a little bit flared. The temperature seems to have come down significantly when you're looking at the kind of spat between Tesla CEO Elon Musk and current U.S. President Donald Trump.
Oh, shut up.
One way you can look at that is in a post that Elon actually put up this morning, I believe it was. He says, "I regret some of my posts about real Donald Trump last week. They went too far." Stock like that. But we also got an update on Robotaxi. Also in an ex-post, CEO of Tesla, Elon Musk.
Sometimes you got to man up, and that's what Elon did, even with his big ego. He went too far. It upset me too, because I put a lot of effort in backing that guy up, and I went through a lot of what do you call discomfort debating people about Elon Musk, especially liberals, my liberal friends. He was liberal just like I was one time. I consider myself liberal, but not nothing like what today is. I'm not an anarchist or whatever you want to call them. I've lost probably 7 close friends because of it, but I don't care.
A successful launch may actually help them get through some of the red tape that's ultimately going to have to be cut for this to become something that's beyond just a limited rollout in 1 or 2 cities. So for me, if I was looking at this, and you're looking at this from the bullish side of Tesla, you need this to go well. Whether it's a week or 2 later, that's fine. It just needs to go well when they first roll this out.
All right, that makes sense. It needs to go well, especially for investors who are a believer in Tesla. Thank you, Alex. That's Alex.
Well, if it goes well, this stock's going to go to $1,000.
All right, let's get some insights on the news that's shaping markets. For that, we want to welcome in Doug Cohen, a managing director
After it
and
breaks
portfolio
500.
manager at Fiduciary Trust International. Doug, thank you so much for joining us today.
Great to meet you.
Let's start out with just today's price action that we're seeing. Does this make sense to you in the context of the latest inflation reading that we got? Before that, we'd gotten that commentary on Truth Social from President Trump about a deal is done, which didn't move the needle really. But does that price action make sense to you today?
It does, because if you
Makes
think about
perfect
what's
sense,
been driving
baby.
markets really for a long time now, certainly through the second Trump administration, it's a combination of the Fed put and the Trump put. So the relatively benign inflation report, somewhat positive, right, relative to expectations. So that helps reinforce the notion that the Fed, at least at some point, could ease a little bit more likely today than maybe it was yesterday. So that's positive. And then the China deal was, I think, sort of in the works for a little while now, not a shock. So I think, a modest positive day so far makes sense to me.
Okay, and you say this isn't the time for bold overweight or underweight across asset classes. What do you mean by that?
So, look, I've been doing this for a while, and Fiduciary Trust has been around for over 90 years. There have been many times where I thought, and we thought, there were major anomalies in the market, certain sectors or factors or just different parts of the market that were more attractive than one another. At this point, I would say there's a lot of convergence. Valuation-wise, most things are pretty similar. And then the other wild card, which is sort of the obvious one, is that we're dealing with a situation where so much is dependent on one person in the White House. And that one person can be a little bit volatile. And so I think the market is trying to digest some of those things. And
Okay, we've got a little knife here. Let's get it back to the orb.
A great time to make bold bets.
I was getting ready to go to
You wanna stay
lunch.
Diversified and
Pay attention right here. We're back to the orb on the SPX. Attention, deficit disorder. Get ready. We got the 200 EMA coming up right now. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? No, I thought I just... Shit. There it is. Oh. 200 EMA.
That was literally a bounce right off of VWAP on ES.
Oh, I didn't even look at that. You got the... You can put the VWAP on ES? Okay. So I might...
That's why I like it better than the SPX chart.
Well, the SPY, I can do it with the SPY. That's how I used to trade it.
That was a perfect entry. I got in the freaking 60s, 70s at 230.
Very good. That's what I got in.
Is it really?
Yeah.
You nailed it too, brother.
So we're at the resistance level, which was support off the bull flag. And we're above the orb. So you got to ask yourself, are we going to break, or should I take a little bit off the table? You got a little bit of leadway because you're above the orb.
You're up $100 a contract right now.
Yep. Let me see here. $263. I just now saw it.
If you want to go long on Palantir, set an alert for 136.25. There's a lot of support there.
So did I say what we hit? The 63 EMA? On the SPX? If I didn't say it, I'll say it. We hit the 63 EMA. The 200 EMA to the 63 EMA. Well, I tell you what, I'm in a roll now. I've been on a roll. Richard, did you take it? I ain't been hearing much out of you. I've been on a roll. Back on a roll. $350. With me, did I get an A+ from you? Funk and I? I want to tell you people, if I didn't like trading with Funk, I would say that I'd say so. But he's been a good good to trade with. Because he don't throw me off my think, he don't throw me off. I've traded with people before where they throw you off and they want to argue and debate you and there's an example yesterday that I think I might have thrown him off on a trade when he called a bottom there, or he called it, I forgot what you called a put, didn't you?
Yeah, when I called it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and then it dove down. That could have been a hell of a trade. I don't know if I called you off or not.
Nah, you didn't. I saw it, but I didn't believe it. So that was on me. If I'd have just freaking stuck to what I knew was going to happen, I would have freaking made things.
But you never know. You never know. It is what it is. Yeah. And then you would have been biting your nuts if you didn't call it right.
Biting my nuts, man.
But I called this one right because both of us did. We were thinking the same thing. It hit my 200. And I've been playing this 200 EMA all day today. I'm going to go make my salad. So I was just overwhelmed yesterday when I got that check in the mail. I didn't know what to think. I thought it was a mistake, and I was rushing back home to say, they just wrote this out. Did I write it out wrong? And then I read in the check, tip, and I went, damn. I've got bonuses, but I've never got a tip.
You might be about to get your 6th bounce off the bottom of the orb on Master on the 2 minute today. My God, what a scalping opportunities.
Yeah, it's been like that today.
Masters touched the orb 6 times on a 2 minute. Bounced every single time.
Oh, this last trade on the SPX, something else I just now noticed. Besides hitting the 200 EMA, we had 3 black crows with a tweezer bottom.
Mm-hmm. On the 2 minute you did, yep.
On the 1 minute. On the SPX.
Yes.
Oh, on the yes, yeah, that's a different.
But like I said, it was lined up perfectly with both the support zone I had and the VWAP on the yes, so that was a good one.
Yep. So I want you beginners out there, after you make a trade or you're go back and look at the chart and see if you missed anything. Or if you did a paper trade, go back and look at it again like I just did. And I didn't notice these 3 black crows with a tweezer bottom. All I noticed was that 200 EMA. Until I went back and looked at it. We had the tweezer bottom, 3 black crows, tweezer bottom with 3 white soldiers, consolidated, had 3 more. Hello, this is Richard Nixon. May I help you? This is Richard Nixon. May I help you? I hear crickets. Okay, one of these days I'm going to get in there and make that lunch. But I'm afraid to leave this table because timing's been excellent today. But I have to skip out.
Oh man, I missed that. I'll be about to bounce again, Jim.
Yep.
Did you add VWAP to ES?
Did I add the VWAP? No, not yet. It's on my list.
I'll show you something. I was looking at the 2 minute. What I should have been doing was looking at the 5 minute. I wasn't even had any doubts.
Hello, Shimmy.
Look at where that sucker bounced on the 5 minute. VWAP to 63 and a freaking support zone. All stat.
Yep. So dotted line's your VWAP.
It's so the purple line's VWAP, red dotted is 63, white dotted is
Okay.
200
I got you. Well, 63 is a winner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 5 minutes respecting it all but one time today.
I can't believe it took me 19 years to put that on my chart. Listening to somebody, listening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not being stubborn and just, well, I got to try that out. What's it, What the heck? Hope I've been messaging the right person today. Yeah, I have. Lunchtime. I gotta finally get off my ass and do it.
5 minutes, squeeze the bottom, top of the floor.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Even on the 1 minute. Double bottom. I'm going to give it a break. I can't keep doing this all day long. We could pull back and hit the 200 and have a double bottom where we bounced before. That's right at 60.45.70 on the SPX. It's almost set an alert right at that little above that tweezer bottom at 60.47. Let's see if that hits. If that triggers, I might get in it. But I'm going to give it a break. Francisca, would you like to come over and have some grape juice with me or some prune juice? One of these days I'll find a woman that will, and I'm going to marry her. Oh, she said yes. Will you marry me? Can we have 5 kids?
Jesus. That escalated.
She said yes again. I don't think I've smiled so big in my life. I'm at awe. Someone actually said yes to me. I've been waiting 40 years for that.
I don't think I want to just wait for the knife that I know is coming in the next hour.
Yep. I'll be back. I'll leave it up to you. You want me to turn the TV on?
I'm not taking a trade until the knife happens, so
Okay.
unless I see something really great.
Trade's on then. TV.
I do. That was exciting.
Yeah.
Were you nervous at all?
You know, I wasn't. I think you would be, and I would have thought I would have been. But I think the training is actually really good.
What he would have be and what he would have been.
Emotions, and it was a lifelong dream for me. So, you know, living your dream, if that's the way you go, that's the way you go. And it was a life-changing moment for me.
That's pretty cool. I mean, I was always in the camp where I'm never doing that. I'm like, I want my feet firmly planted on the ground. Even though I don't mind flying, I don't have a fear of flying in a regular jet. But I've become more curious the more we have these conversations about space exploration, and now that the country really has been leaning into commercial space. So let's talk a little bit about your capital allocation plans. How are you planning to deploy capital from this IPO?
So there's a few growth vectors we have. We're very keen on anything related to smart missile defense technology. We're playing in that area. That's part of Golden Dome, as you know. So that's one area. We're also very focused on software and software-enabled hardware. More intelligence is being put on hardware and where the data is actually being collected, and putting compute at that source. So we're focused on that part of the market. We've been quite acquisitive with M&A. So we've made 7 acquisitions since our founding. I would anticipate making a few others. And then space infrastructure. As you mentioned, we're building a replacement for the International Space Station called Starlab. So it's likely we'll continue to invest in that area of the business as well.
Okay. How do you balance out the government versus commercial customer base?
So the government's obviously a really important customer, but as you're mentioning and you're embedded in your question, commercial is becoming a bigger and bigger part of the market. Keep in mind also when we say government, a lot of people say NASA, they think NASA, but there's now, I believe, 85 space agencies around the world. So you have the Gulf nations, you have all the Eastern European nations that aren't part of the European Space Agency. You have Turkey, you have India, you have South America. So even when we say government, those customer bases are expanding. And then of course commercial customers, as we know, are raising capital, as you alluded to, and that's ultimately our customers as well, in addition to the governments.
Let me ask you a little bit about NASA. So obviously NASA, when you think of it in terms of how Americans think about it, has a special place in our heart. For one of my sisters, it was her, I think it was her first job, or it was her first real job. So I'm curious to know what your thinking is, or what you're preparing for in terms of any potential ripple effect from some of the budgetary pressure that's been on NASA when you think about the target DOGE has on various agencies.
Yeah, it's hard to know for sure. So in the president's skinny budget, there were quite a few cuts in there, a lot to science, notably our programs, which are the commercial LEO destination and the space station, that was well protected in that proposed budget. What we don't know is what's going to actually pass, right? So that was a proposed budget. I think we'll know who the NASA administrator nominee is going to be probably in the next month or so. And I think once we have those two data points, we'll have a better understanding of what the roadmap looks like. But I think commercial, the message I would deliver is commercial space is here to augment these budget cuts and try to do things more efficiently and try to leverage technology and innovation, which is frankly what NASA needs to do and has been doing, but needs to do more of.
You can certainly see the need for commercial, especially even when you think about the budgetary pressure that's on government agencies, from NASA to the dozens that you mentioned as well. But when we think about commercial space exploration, what do you say to the viewer about the real world use case? Because some people think it's, pardon my phrase, but pie in the sky. What do we need this for? Or you also have the extremists who say this world is going to end, so of course we've got to do this. What's your message to the average person?
Well, I would say if you use your cell phone, if you are interested in climate, if you're interested in hailing an Uber, those are all space-based assets, right? And so our economy really is driven by space-based assets. And when you think about the infrastructure layer yet to be built in low Earth orbit to commercialize microgravity research, breakthrough drugs like Keytruda, the cancer drug that developed on ISS. So there are a lot of opportunities to make life better here on Earth. And so, our tagline is the future belongs to those who build it. And there's an entire infrastructure layer in space that's going to make life here on Earth better. And that's still part of the market that we're playing in.
So the future belongs to those who build it. What does that mean in terms of you have to be a visionary with taking a company public, one, but the nature of the business that you're in, you have to be a visionary. I mean, you have to plan for the next 5 to 10 years. Of course, you want to celebrate this milestone today. But I have to ask the question, what is the vision for the next 5 to 10 years?
So, two things. One is we want to make sure that we're building this infrastructure layer in space. So think of us as a space infrastructure company. This next generation space station will change the world, in my view, called Starlab. We have many global partners on that. So getting that in orbit in 2029 is the target. That's critical. The ISS is going to come down in 2030, so that's a key project. And then on the national security and defense side, having core technologies that are going to allow us to keep the Western value system intact and keep our adversaries at bay, because there are new threats emerging that, frankly, if we don't innovate and leverage technology, we're not going to have solutions to combat those threats.
And how do you also balance collaboration, though? You mentioned the threats, but often when we see space exploration, when we think about astronauts going to space, you have astronauts from the U.S., from elsewhere globally.
Right.
How do you balance that?
Well, I believe in that. I think the ISS should win a Nobel Prize for peace, because I think it's been one of the best things humans have done. It's part of the reason when we created our space station program, Starlab, we leveraged international partners. So there are several international partners involved in that project from Europe, Japan, and elsewhere. So that might have been our first print.
I think so.
I think
that is perfect timing. I think that bell, you hear an opening bell on Wall Street, a closing bell. There are a lot of times you hear another bell. It's the sound of a company making its public debut, its first trade. So that's Voyager Technology making its public debut. Any final thoughts you want to leave us with on that, Dylan?
I'm curious where the print was. Does anybody know?
Guys, I got to get my producer in my ear with where the print was. We'll get that in just a moment. Dylan, thank you so much. That's Dylan Taylor, Chairman and CEO of Voyager Technologies. A lot of subscription coming into this public debut of Voyager Technologies, and you just heard the opening of that trade. Coming up next, we'll be joined by the chairwoman of VinFast Auto. That's next on Trading 360.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Nicole Petalides, host of Trading 360 and The Watch, that's live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, where we bring you breaking news, experts, CEOs, influencers, and analysts. It's all available on Schwab Network.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab is a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab is a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Dan King online from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I want to make a quick correction. Voyager Technology is not open just yet. It is making its public debut here at the New York Stock Exchange. Time now to spotlight VinFast Auto, a designer and manufacturer of electric
We're
vehicles.
experiencing technical difficulties.
Now is Madam Thuy Lay, chairwoman of VinFast
Oh.
Auto. Madam Lay, thank you so much for
I love
joining
you.
us today.
Thank you for having me today.
We appreciate it. So let's talk about your delivery growth recently. You saw
you're cute.
Strong growth, nearly tripling year over year. Tell me about what you attribute that growth to.
So last year we delivered close to 97,000 vehicles, which we beat the target as well as the guidance last year. And this year we already provided the guidance that we're going to at least double last year deliveries. Most of the growth came from Vietnam, obviously.
Yes.
We had about 20% of the market share last year in Vietnam, and in Q1 this year, we already had about 40% of the market share and continue growing in Vietnam. The other growth will be around our market in ASEAN, in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia, in the Philippines, and the next one is going to be India. We continue maintaining
Randy's
our
here.
in North America, in Europe, and we started in the Middle East as well.
By the way, I'm curious to know, I did notice that most of your growth came from Vietnam. How much does penetrating these other markets or deeper penetration matter to that growth story?
Well, I think Vietnam, we started in Vietnam first. So the way we roll out our green transformation, if you will, is we use the whole ecosystem. So not just green fast charging cars, but also we have the charging station, proprietary charging stations in Vietnam everywhere. We have proprietary green taxi fleet of about 60,000 vehicles today in Vietnam, EVs, and about 50,000 e-scooter as well. We have electric bus in Vietnam as well. So that whole ecosystem introduced the customers to the whole green ecosystem that allow them to live and immerse and get comfortable with EVs in general. And we're doing that everywhere as well.
There was this vision that we would see deeper EV adoption this year than we have seen. There's been, kind of some challenges on that front. And then, you have strong growth, but then still facing some losses there. What's your message to investors who are kind of trying to manage that tension between growth and then the challenges when it comes to profitability?
We still maintain our forecast that we're going to be profitable from 2026, so that everything's still heading in that direction, and that's why we changed our strategy last year and focused on Vietnam and Southeast Asia.
We're at the 200.
Vehicles are more similar, where socio-economic conditions are similar.
Jimmy said we'd come back, touch it again.
So that's still the same goal, but if you look at the big picture,
Man,
I
I
think
wasn't.
everybody
Okay, Jimmy's watching. He's not in it. Where are we? There he is. Oh, they're cheap. They're at 170. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. Randy? $1.55. Well, got in a little too early here. $155. Back to 150. Always clean. What do you need me for? I think you're full of bullshit. Cancel all pending orders. Jimmy's at 155. We're at 165. Let's move it. 170. I'm $150. The crowd's going wild at the sports arena right now. Jim's eating his salad. Got chicken on the in the stove. I don't think I set my timer. Today's salad contains the 60-70 calls at 155. We're now at 170. We have feta cheese with tomato, black olives, organic, carrot, romaine lettuce, cucumber, Thousand Island dressing. Zesty. Too healthy for Michelle. 185. Oh yeah. There you go. Master Mo. 190, baby. Take it. Don't question your exit idea. $2. Well, I've got a mouthful of food. Randy, did you take it? Good job, Bobby. Good job, Bobby. Oh, you hollered for me? I didn't hear you. Oh. So this song is going to go out to Bobby. If I can still remember it. Now this is a band I used to play with. I recorded a song with a founding member of this band. It's called Big Smith. So we're going to play it. I don't know if I can play the washboard. I really got to get my chicken off the stove. Let me go get the chicken off first before I play it. But this is a band I played with and partied with. This one goes out to Bobby Shore. It's in the room. Bobby, you hear me?
Big era. Ready to start yours?
Some say give me silver, some say give me gold. I say give me Jesus, for he satisfies my soul. I'm gonna
Land on that shore, I'm gonna land on that shore. I'm gonna land on that shore, praise his name forevermore.
There's preachers in the pulpit with Bibles in their hands. They're preaching for the money,
Not for the promised man. Land on that shore, I'm gonna land on that shore. I'm gonna land on that shore, praise his name forevermore.
Some say there ain't no devil, there ain't no
Hell, they say,
Well, I'm not worried about either, 'cause
I'm not going that way. I'm gonna land on that shore. I'm gonna land on that shore. I'm gonna land on that shore, praise his name forevermore.
now when I get to heaven, my journey here is through. With 50 miles of room,
Now too. I'm gonna land on that shore. I'm gonna land on that shore. I'm gonna land on that shore and praise his name forevermore. I'm gonna land on that shore. I'm gonna land on that shore. I'm gonna land on that shore and praise his name forevermore. Woo! Big Smith from Springfield, Missouri. Band I used to jam with quite a bit. Big Smith. Huh, I can't get in my room. Well, that's strange. Oh, it's because of this. Maybe. No? What the hell? I can't get in my room. Look at this. Is it froze? Can you hear me? Oh, we got to get that out of here. Hey, magnificent. Erase that from the professor. I can't get in my room. It's froze. And magnificent. I've never had this happen before. It's just actually I can't type or nothing. I can't get into my room. I can't do nothing with it. Look at the screen. And get rid of that professor app, whatever the hell. I got to message him once I can get back in here. I can't get, Discord's got me froze out. Copy and paste. I got to copy and paste that from the. No, I don't know what's going on. I can't solve it. I've. Tempted to shut it down and shut the whole computer down and see if that. I might just do that, see if that comes back on. YouTube, I'm going to cut out for a bit.